Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to continue a playthrough of Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2 The Sith Lords. But before I get straight into it, I should probably address the problems we were having last stream, how I fixed them, and why we're starting again. So, where to begin? I suppose the first... Oh, of course, the game pauses when when it loses focus. So the first thing to talk about is what the problem was. The game appeared to not be able to load all the resources it needed. There were missing textures and the game crashed towards the end of last stream. Mead, I think it was, in chat pointed out that this was apparently attributed to the case sensitivity of file systems that Linux usually uses, and that the game wasn't expecting that. And doing a bit of research, I found much the same. That is, people claiming the same on the internet. For anyone attempting to install these builds on a Linux distro, by builds they mean sets of mods, I strongly recommend installing on a case-insensitive file system. Otherwise you'll need to go through the headache of renaming a huge number of files, and it's really not worth it. So, I straced, that is, I used the command line utility strace to look at the what files the game was trying to open, and I confirmed that it seemed to be trying to open files with lowercase names. I did a grep over some of the files to try and find the file names of files that had been installed in other files, because of course, being a mod, you would expect there to be references to load this texture from this location, that sort of thing. And I found that the names that were stored inside the game data files weren't in lowercase. This suggests that when the developer ported the game to Linux, they probably changed the file open function to convert all names to lowercase before they attempted to open them, I would guess, and then they probably went through and changed all the data files to be lowercase. I then checked the original, I checked the game as it was originally installed without any mods, and indeed there wasn't a capital letter to be found. Everything was in lowercase. I also found this reference here to all. This is a comment by Chaos Ronin on Reddit. All files in the override folder must be lowercase, or the Linux version of the game will simply not see it, and you'll get some weird graphical glitches. I then wrote a short Python script to change all the file names to lowercase and tried to run the game, and that appeared to fix the problem, so far as I could tell. However, there is an issue with that solution, and that issue is that I'd never actually proven that... Hello Pengy, it's lovely to see you. Oh, and thank you for the resubscribe too. Yisha resubscribed as well. Thank you to both of you. Where was I? Yes, there was a lot of anecdotal evidence suggesting that the game's port on Linux really wanted all the files to be lowercase. But I hadn't actually proven that that's what was going on. I only had anecdotal evidence to suggest it. Suppose, for example, there was just one file in the entire games data directory that was supposed to have a different case than lowercase, and it was only used at the very end of the game. If that were the case, then I could play the entire game and not know that my game's broken until we get to the very end, which wouldn't be ideal. So because of that, the other point I was going to raise in that regard is it says here all files in the override folder must be lowercase, or the Linux version of the game will simply not see it. When you install the mods, that's these 3 mods, these are recommended, I believe, for people playing the game today. When you install the mods, it does install some files which aren't in the override folder, which do have capital letters. So again, what about those files? Was I supposed to update their names so they're all lowercase, or was I not supposed to? That's something I don't have an answer to. So given that I didn't have enough space on my hard disk to create another partition, what I did was, using the DD program, I created a 10 gigabyte file of all zeros. I then used the muckfs. There we go. I then used the muckfs command line utility to format it as a FAT file system. So I had a file system in a file. I then mounted that. I then went into Steam, uninstalled the game. I then deleted all the remaining game files that had been left behind. I then went to the Steam settings storage page, told it to use the mount point as the location for a secondary Steam library, because nowadays on Steam you can have your games installed in multiple locations, and each location is called a Steam library. I reinstalled the game, reinstalled the mods, and because all of this was happening within a VFAT partition, all file names were insensitive and everything appears to work. So for example, M3, his name's M4T3, isn't it? M4 here, T3M4, I keep getting his name wrong. T3 here, he's properly textured, unlike last time when he was completely devoid of any textures. If we look at the galaxy map, we'll see we don't have the glitches we had before, and we can actually see that it's trying to show us a planet with a large section of it missing. So this solution appears to work. There was just unfortunately one casualty to this solution, and that's that when I tried to go to the load menu, all the old saves had disappeared. I went to the... I looked at the save files on the... in the games directory, and they were still there. So the game itself wasn't displaying them. I then deleted the newer save files, the ones that had been created after yesterday's stream. Then they showed up in the load menu when I went to it in the game. I loaded one. I checked that the stuff that crashed the game yesterday doesn't crash it. It doesn't. At least it didn't yesterday when I tested it. I then created another save, and all the older saves disappeared again. So I don't know for certain what's happening here, but what I think is probably happening is whenever you save the game, the save file is actually a set of files in a directory. Each save is actually a directory. Somewhere in those files, they're probably saving either a checksum or some other type of magic number of all the mods that have been loaded, the mod files. And because the game was having trouble loading some files last time because the capitalization was different to what it was expecting, I suspect last time it didn't actually successfully load all the mod files. And so it thinks that the game's actually running with a different set of mods, which in fact it would be if this theory is correct. And so I decided, for the sake of stability, it makes most sense if we just start the game again, rather than trying to continue playing with the old saves. It's a slight nuisance, but we didn't actually get that far into the game. So yeah, I suspect if I'm efficient about this, we can probably get back to where we were last time within half an hour. So let's get into it. We'll skip the prologue, because we did that last time and we discovered that the prologue section doesn't really have any story. I mean, yes, a few things happen, but nothing significant to the rest of the game. This is really just a long tutorial.
Bypassing the prologue.
Anyway, that's where we are and how we got here. How's everyone doing, by the way? I should probably check that autosave worked, actually. It should have. No worries, Yisha.
Awaken.
I'm doing quite well, thank you. So since we're starting again, you haven't actually missed much. The main things to know is that we actually begin this game as a Jedi class. Can I show my class somehow? Jedi Guardian. Whereas in the previous game you only become a Jedi later on. And apparently the Sith won the Civil War and the Republic has nearly been wiped out, which suggests that the evil ending to the previous game was the canon, even though we, when we played the previous game, we obviously had the good ending. Yes, at the beginning of the game our character's unconscious on the Ebon Hawk, which as it happens is the ship we had in the previous game, even though the character that we were playing in the original game wasn't there. What's weird, as you'll see shortly, is that our character has no idea what they were doing on the Ebon Hawk. Last they knew, they were on a ship called the Harbinger, and they've just turned up, or they've woken up in this medical facility, on a mining station orbiting a planet, I think, or certainly near a planet. And they don't know how they got here or what happened. And we discover parts of the story via the medical logs and other logs. Via the logs.
Still examining the survivors of the damaged freighter. Looks like it goes by the name of the Ebon Hawk. Only one survivor, placed in the KOTOR tank for recovery. The carbon scoring on the vessel suggests it was in a battle, but no indication of who fired on it. Couldn't get much from the Nava computer. I'm surprised the ship was able to make it inside the Paragus asteroid field without the asteroid drift charts. Aside from the lone survivor, we recovered an old woman. No life signs. There was also a protocol droid and a utility droid on board. Sent both down to maintenance while security sorts through the other items on the ship. It looks like the utility droid, a T3 unit, was able to get the ship working enough to get to the colony. We're prepared to...
Yes, the logs seem to have been edited. That sometimes they're just cut out early, on other occasions there's bits in the middle that are missing, and we don't really know what that's about. The T3 droid they mentioned is obviously T3M4, who we would have been playing in the prologue, and the actual what you actually do in the prologue is you play T3 repairing the ship's engines so that it can get to the Paragus mining station, which is where we are now, and that's all that happens there.
Could be a Jedi, but we won't know for sure until we get the transmission back from the Republic. If the survivor is a Jedi, that would account for the recovery rate. But I'm more concerned that a Jedi here may cause trouble. Some of the miners, especially KOTOR, are already another accident today. A detonation in the ventilation tunnels. If the lockdown measures hadn't activated, the whole facility would have been destroyed. Got most of the injured to the KOTOR tanks in time, but the rest had to go to the morgue. One of the wounded said a droid caused the accident, but we couldn't get any specifics.
So that was an example of the middle of a log being missing.
Miners about the Jedi. A number of the droids have been acting oddly, and not even memory wipes seem to be fixing the problem. There was a detonation in another one of the fuel vents the droids were working in. We deactivated several of them and moved them down to maintenance, but we're still treating the plasma burns. That cuts us down to almost half shifts, and with the droids malfunctioning, we may not make the Telos shipment for this month. Fortunately, the detonation didn't cause a lockdown.
Warning. There has been a fuel detonation in the mining tunnels. Emergency lockdown commencing. All personnel report to quarters and prepare for emergency venting countermeasures.
No! If the ventilation systems are malfunctioning, evacuate the medical bay! Everyone evacuate!
So that happened. That was only a day ago that happened. What was I thinking? The Telos shipment. We found out that Telos is a location, a planet, I think. As opposed to Telos being the thing that they were shipping or anything like that. It appears to have been the destination. All the patients are deceased in the KOTOR tanks. Okay, I was going to say in the previous playthrough that we were doing yesterday, I actually was thinking, well, do we need to go back for the other patients in the KOTOR tanks? Turns out, no, they didn't make it. I will be progressing through this moderately quickly just because I've done this before. So there's no reason. I know what to expect and there's no reason to dawdle. Once we get up to the point that I reached last time, I'll obviously slow down a bit. I'll still go through all the dialogue options though for the benefit of those that weren't there. So we find the door over here can only be opened with a plasma cutter, and we find that on this body. That old woman was on the ship at the beginning. Oops. I didn't... Never mind.
find what you're looking for amongst the dead?
Your voice. I heard it as I floated in the KOTOR tank.
Yes, I had hoped as much. I slept here too long and could not awaken. It may be I reached out unconsciously, and your mind must have been a willing one. Or perhaps you have been trained for such things.
Slept too long? You looked dead when I came in.
Close to death. Yes, closer than I'd like. You have the smell of the KOTOR tank about you. How do you feel?
The KOTOR tank left me a little drained. Who are you?
I am Kreia, and I am your rescuer, as you are mine. Tell me, do you recall what happened?
Last thing I remember was on board a Republic ship, the Harbinger. What happened to it?
Your ship was attacked. You were the only survivor. A result of your Jedi training, no doubt.
I'm no longer a member of the Jedi Order. Oh, when I said that the Sith had won the Civil War, it seems that the Republic still exists to some extent, but that they're doing much worse than they were in the previous game, and in particular apparently the Jedi Order's been wiped out, and it's not clear whether there is even a Jedi Council anymore.
Your stance, your walk tells me you are a Jedi. Your walk is heavy. You carry something that weighs you down.
Let's deal with the now. What is this place?
I do not know. I was removed from the events of the world as I slept. A survey of the surroundings may provide the answers we seek. The ship we arrived in, the Ebon Hawk, must still be in this place. We should recover it and leave.
We? Why do you think we're together in this? That might seem a bit rude, but it's worth pointing out that we've never met this woman before. If we'd played the prologue, you'd have found the apparently deceased body of the old woman on board the Ebon Hawk, but like I say, our character doesn't remember being on board the Ebon Hawk. The last thing they remember is being on the Harbinger, so these characters have never met before. We? Why do you think we are together in this?
We were attacked once, and I fear our attackers will not give up the hunt so easily. Without transport, weapons, and information, they will find us easy prey indeed.
You seem nervous, worried. Is something wrong?
Even as I slept, I felt much unrest here. I saw strange visions, minds colored with fear. Now, everything here feels terribly silent. A last word of caution. I would find out as much as you can about this place quickly. I fear we will need to depart as suddenly as we arrived.
Is there anything else I should keep an eye out for?
You may wish to extend your search to some clothes, if only for proper first impressions.
Yeah, for some reason we were in our underwear. That was never explained. Even on board the Ebon Hawk, I believe we were in our underwear. We were unconscious at the time, but T3 could go up to us in the medbay and in fact had to stabilise us if we'd done the prologue. That's not been explained. I'll return soon to make sure you're alright.
I leave you to the explorations of this place. Here I will remain and attempt to center myself.
We do need that plasma torch, and then we need to equip the plasma torch, like so. And then we can make some progress. In fact, let's save the game quickly. That's worrying. Oh no. No, we're alright. I didn't see an autosave there and I thought for a moment, oh no, has something I've done meant that the game can't autosave? No, that makes sense. It's because the game doesn't want you to overwrite an autosave so it doesn't show up in the save menu.
Emergency lockdown overridden.
That's a better weapon, I believe. This character can use ranged weapons and melee weapons, but so far we've consistently found that melee weapons seem to serve her better. dear, she took a bit of damage there, didn't she? Fortunately, we have regen when we're not in combat. Ah, okay. Maybe I shouldn't have rushed ahead. Oh no, we're not actually going to die, are we? There we go. I probably should wait until we fully healed, unfortunately. Hello game? There we go. I can move again. I can't remember if there's enemies in the next room or not. Nah, we're good. Quick save again, I think. I don't know why the game seems to be saving in, I think that means slot 2. I don't understand that. Right, check security records. Yeah, we may as well go through all these.
Is this thing on? All right, all hands, especially you, KOTOR. Listen up, because I'm not gonna say this again. The next one of you Juma heads to try and smuggle a blaster, or so help me, any sort of military-grade frag weapons into my facility is gonna take a long walk out the airlock. Why? Because in case you forgot, Paragian fuel explodes at high temperatures. That's what blasted that chunk out of Paragus 2 and created this asteroid field. So if I catch any of you with anything other than sonic charges or mining lasers, I'll burn you and your contract. Security out.
So, strong warning there not to use laser weaponry or frag weaponry.
And according to one of the miners, it was because one of the sonic charges went off prematurely. And like before, it was one set by a mining droid. The 3 idiots were grouped so close to the charge it might as well have been a grenade going off. The blast turned their bones to dust. The blast wrecked the internal components of the droid that set the charge, though, so we can't even dissect it to see what happened. I don't like what's going on here. Ever since that Jedi showed up, things are getting worse. It's not just KOTOR and his miners, or the fights, but now the droids are acting crazy. If we don't find what's causing this, or who, this facility is going to be space dust by the time the next Telos freighter arrives.
Incidentally, between streams, I think I figured out what's going on here. But I'll wait until the relevant information is revealed in the logs.
So, you're in maintenance. Then maybe you can tell me what's going on with these droids.
Sir, I don't know. It's like their behavior cores are undergoing binary decay, but I can't find the source. This shouldn't be happening.
Well, that's reassuring. It isn't happening. So the next time we nearly have a breach in the ventilation tunnels, I could just close my eyes and pretend it's my imagination. You better give me some answers. I want to know the damage these droids can do if they start mining us instead of asteroid rock.
Sir, these droids aren't combat models. Their mining lasers are weaker and less accurate than blasters. I doubt those droids could even hit one of us.
Are you blind? What about the miners in Medbay? It's sabotage, and it started right after the commander said we weren't going to sell the Jedi to the exchange. So I want you to find out how these droids are being sabotaged. That'll tell me who's trying to clear a path to get that Jedi off the facility and stop him. In the meantime, make sure the security's armed with all the ion and sonic charges you can find. If those droids start coming after me, I'm gonna need more than low-grade mining lasers to take them down. Clear?
Yes, sir. Maintenance control out.
Idiot. I installed an override switch to shut down any droids on this level, just in case someone locks me out of the administration console. As added insurance, I tied the override switch into the circuit to the holding cell door. It'll make sure it can only be opened if all droids in the level are shut down. I doubt KOTOR or any of his men have the skill to pull off something like this, but I'm not taking any chances while we're sitting in the middle of this asteroid minefield. Whoever's responsible won't be able to have the droids rescue him after I lock him up. Nothing will cut through that door. He'll be trapped.
Oh, that's interesting, because we actually met the person on the other end of that door. But I wonder if the implication is that they thought he was responsible for what was happening to the droids, which incidentally isn't my current working theory.
I secured the stealth field generator inside one of the footlockers in the security storage room. If I have the specs right, the interface field should be effective against the droid's sensors. All I need to do is equip the belt, and some skill with stealth in order to use it. As long as I don't get too close to the droids, they shouldn't detect me. If any more droids start malfunctioning, the belt should buy me enough time to get to the override switch I set up in the communications blister console. I'd rather shut them down than destroy them. I want to find out how these droids are being sabotaged, maybe even turn them against whoever's sabotaging them.
Yes, that's the individual. I think his name was Atten, if I recall correctly. Right, let's keep going.
Be careful. There is much energy in the room beyond, yet it stems from nothing that lives.
Kreia? What?
Can you not sense them? Reach out. Cast aside your sight. Cast aside what you see, and instead reach out with your perceptions. Ah, you can feel them. The droids you cannot perceive, but the small oscillations of energy, that you can feel, echoing outwards.
With Kreia's help, you have gained the passive precognition power. When this power is triggered, you should save your game. Oh, whoops, I didn't. There we go.
Ah, you hear it. It is faint, but it is there.
What is happening?
It is the Force, you feel. It has not been so long as for you to forget.
But it doesn't feel like it did. It feels like it is coming from across a great distance.
Do not turn away from it. Listen. Feel it echoing within you. Come. I shall guide you down the familiar paths. You will need it if we are to survive and escape this place.
Gaining experience will slowly re-establish your connection to the Force. Go to the level up screen to choose your Force abilities. And we'll level up the same way we did last time. I chose to invest heavily in persuasion since only the main character can persuade, and for some reason persuasion is now a class skill for the Jedi Guardian. I'm not sure if it was last time. It certainly wasn't last time for the... Oh, what are they called? The soldier that we played last time, before we gained our Jedi levels. And Effect Mind is the power we want. Yep, I think that's everything we did last time. Let's keep going. Actually, after we've looted this room, I should probably save. Oh, I remember this one. This one was much harder to break into, I think, as I recall. There we go. Another save. Keep going. So there's a fair few enemies in this area, but nothing we can't handle. There we go. There are some more enemies over this way, but they can't see us from up here, I don't think. Nothing to loot? Doesn't look like it. I'll tell you what, I don't think I went this way last time. No. I'm fairly certain I didn't go this way before. Oh, does this just lead to another door we can't get through? Okay. So let's clear the enemies down here. Don't mind if I do. I'll tell you what we did last time that I haven't done this time. And that's use the workbench to make some antidote. I forgot. We probably won't need it. But that is an oversight on my part. Look for the control override switch. Oh yeah, this dialogue. Unlike the other consoles you've encountered, this console has no access port you could use to slice the system. You'll need the encryption code to unlock it. So apparently this has been an option all along in the Star Wars universe, to just have a computer that can't be sliced into. Why that isn't standard, I don't know. So we'll activate the switch. Wonderful. And now we can rescue Atten. Doesn't look like we will get back to where we were in half an hour,
Beyond
but
this door, someone yet lives. Be mindful. His thoughts are difficult to read. But you have nothing to fear from this one, and he might yet prove useful.
yeah, it doesn't look like we'll be back to where we were in half an hour, but it won't take long.
Nice outfit. What, you miners change regulation uniforms while I've been in here?
Who are you? Wait, was that the option I went with last time? Now let's go with this facility's deserted. What happened?
You mean before or after that Jedi showed up? Either way, it's a real short story. You see, this Jedi shows up, and you know what that means. Where there's one Jedi, the Republic will soon be crawling up your ion engine in no time. But the story gets better. See, some of the miners get it into their ferrocrete skulls that since the Jedi's unconscious, they can collect the bounty the exchange has posted for live Jedi. Well, what passes for the law here didn't like that idea. So the two groups started fighting. Then there was some big explosion. I was sitting here for a long time. Then you showed up in your underwear and things got a lot better.
There's a bounty on captured Jedi? Why?
Don't know much about it. Maybe the exchange wants one as a trophy, or somebody's got something against Jedi and is looking to collect. Not many Jedi left. Wouldn't surprise me if the bounty's pretty high.
Not many Jedi left? What happened to them?
The ones that weren't killed in the Jedi Civil War ended up switching off the lightsabers long ago. Word is there's not even a Jedi Council anymore, but who knows.
The stories I heard were of the Sith, not the Jedi.
Yeah, Revan, Malak, and the Jedi that went to join them in the Mandalorian Wars. They turned against the other Jedi and had a scrap that almost laid waste to the galaxy. Where have you been?
What happened between... Yeah, what happened between Revan and Malak?
Well, I wasn't there, but like all Sith, Revan and Malak turned on each other. After they turned on the Jedi, of course.
I was led to believe that Revan saved the Jedi and the Republic.
I guess. There's rumors all over space about it. All I heard was Revan returned to pay Malak back for trying to kill her in the first place. You know women.
I had heard Revan's redemption involved her stopping Malak, and she had no choice but to fight him.
Well, I wasn't there, thankfully. But I heard what she was like during the Mandalorian Wars, and it sounded like she was quick to wipe out anyone who crossed her. Dark Jedi are bad enough. But when a woman falls to the dark side, you better space yourself before they catch you. No offense or anything.
Enough history, let me ask you something else.
Look, not like your half-naked interrogation isn't a personal fantasy of mine, but... Hey, wait a minute. You're that Jedi the miners were talking about. Where is everybody?
Didn't you know what happened to them?
From my beautiful view in this security cage? Look, I heard some explosions, some emergency alarms, some toxic gas pouring out of the vents. Maybe none of them survived whatever happened. And if they're all gone... Look, hey, let me out and I can help you. I can. I've gotten out of trouble countless times.
Tell me your plan and we can go from there.
This facility isn't a military installation, which means we may have a chance. You shut down this cell security field and I can reroute the emergency system so we can get to the hangars. We grab a ship and then we fly out of here.
So we never actually find out why he was put in there. Alright, I'll let you out.
Great. Now to business. Let's get to the command console.
Alright, let's go.
Alright, here we are. Now this console is set on automatic hail. You may have heard it when you came in. The asteroid drift charts are constantly being updated, so it sends out a transmission to incoming vessels so they don't get crushed into space dust. The hail warns them to keep their distance until orbital drift charts are transmitted, and then provides docking instructions to incoming ships, usually freighters. Thing is, you can bounce that same transmission back to the comm here, and suddenly you've got access to the communication system from the inside. Pure Pazak. The console's ours. Now, all we need to do is reactivate the turbo lifts, cancel the emergency lockdown. Hey!
Sounds like you're about to tell me something I don't want to hear.
This system's been severed from the main hub, after it was locked down from remote. You can't even reroute the system, it's been cut clean.
That wouldn't be standard procedure in an emergency lockdown.
No. Someone tried to lock down this whole level tight, and leave us here. Trapped.
Is there anything else we can do with this console?
I doubt it. All we have is communications back. For all the good trying to shout in a vacuum will do us.
Can we contact the miners?
We could try. But if the miners were trying to trap you up here and probably kill you, why not call them and chat? I don't think a friendly call is going to wake them up.
Maybe there's something logged in the terminal that can give us some answers.
Be my guest. Not much else we can do. The comm's all yours.
Check administration logs.
Tracked the freighter in. Was lucky it wasn't destroyed when it drifted into the asteroid field. Not much on board. One damaged droid, one annoying protocol droid, and a lot of bodies. Sent the survivor to medical, and
the others to the morgue. Didn't recognize the ship's ID code, so we transmitted it to the Republic for some answers. Questioned the protocol droid about what happened. Says his master, the survivor, I guess, was on the Republic ship the Harbinger when it suffered an engine failure. He says the survivor was a passenger on the vessel and a Jedi. If so, that's gonna mean true.
Right, this is where I think this is beginning to make sense. So remember that protocol droid.
Inventoried the bodies and cargo. Everything matches the protocol droid's story. The T3 droid had seized up, so we left it in storage in standby mode. Don't know what code will access it. It could be its voice activated for all we know. We put the protocol droid to work in maintenance, sorting the mining droid comm routines and updating the recognition sensors. And to shut him up. When the survivor recovers, hopefully we can get him off this station before there's a...
So, we know from the very last thing we saw before this stream crashed, well, I say the game crashed last stream, that this protocol droid is an HK model, like HK-47 from the first game. I reckon that's where they made the mistake. I reckon the protocol droid was responsible for all the other droids going haywire and attacking everyone. I reckon he was trying to clear a path for us to get to the Ebon Hawk without undue scrutiny. Like, for example, not having the cargo inventoried and gone through quarantine without giving the miners a chance to potentially sell us off to the exchange, without contacting the Republic and potentially getting them involved. I reckon he wanted to get us off this facility as quietly as possible, quietly from the point of view of the wider galaxy, not the station itself, and so he just started offering everyone. That's my best theory.
Trouble between the work shifts. Word of the Jedi leaked out and the miners aren't sure what to do with her. Quarter's mining crew wanted us to collect the creds for the bounty the exchange has on Jedi, but I put a stop to that. We're contacting Telos to get the Republic records on the Jedi, but nobody will... No word from the Republic, but I've sent out a broadcom transmission for records on this Ebon Hawk. One of the miners said it used to be a smuggling vessel. Accidents are making the miners restless. The droid behavior course must be undergoing some kind of binary decay. 2 miners were drilled by a droid's mining laser, and those blasts in the ventilation tunnels nearly caused the whole facility to blow.
Yep, that's where it starts going wrong. As you access Hangar Bay 27, there is a series of low-pitched whistles and beeps. It sounds as if there is a utility droid on the other end. Can you read me? There's T3. Do a diagnostic, then follow my instructions. Beat tweet, beat deet. We're trapped on the administration level. Can you unlock the turbo lifts? Do reap, be weep. There must be emergency hatches. Try to find one. Be deet, do beep. I'd rather risk it than be trapped up here. Do. Alright, so now we get to take control of T3 for a short time. This section shouldn't take too long. Wait, what did that say there, actually? Oh, we made it through this time. I think it was just telling us that we failed a roll. that we might be skilled enough to get through the door. There we go. There we go. This Rex droid contains a special droid-based item that when equipped allows droids to perform special attacks against opponents. This destroyed droid contains an iron blaster which is extremely effective against droid opponents and energy shields. It only has a limited number of charges after which it is destroyed. Purged the fuel lines, and I found 3 sonic charges attached inside. I checked the work logs and only droids have been in the area. I tried to contact security as soon as I found the explosives, but I can't seem to get a signal through. I've removed the remote detonators, and I'll keep the explosives on me until I can put them in a secure hold in the hangar. Make our way back up. Right, nearly there, I think. There's the Ebon Hawk, this time with a texture. Unlike last time. Several parts have been removed from this console and a laser drill has been used on a number of subsystems. Despite the sabotage, however, the console's basic functionality was intended to be restored quickly by replacing the missing parts. Replace the missing parts. Access hangar logs. Access docking and takeoff procedures. All incoming and outgoing freighters need orbital drift charts transmitted from Paragus in order to navigate the asteroid field surrounding the colony. Transmit asteroid orbital drift charts to the Ebon Hawk Navi computer. Access denied. You cannot download the charts to the Ebon Hawk because someone has encrypted the Navi computer. You'll need to find a way to get them onto the Ebon Hawk when you are ready for takeoff. Let's carry on.
A lot of cargo from the Jedi's freighter is being stored in the secure cargo hold until we can pass it through the quarantine checks. And as requested, all the programming spikes the security officers wanted confiscated have been stored there as well, to prevent further system compromises. The secure cargo hold should be safe enough. If anybody wants to break into it, they'd have to blow it open with explosives. Who ordered the mining droids to repair that Jedi's freighter? I come in here off the work shift and 3 of them are repairing the port stabilizers? Did I miss something? Is somebody planning a trip? Because orders were that the hangar was to be locked down ever since that Jedi arrived. I don't know what maintenance is up to, but you can't just commission droids for repairs, especially with half the work shifts in medbay. Those droids are needed to repair the ventilation tunnels before gas builds up to terminal levels. It's not like that ship can go anywhere anyway. Even if it had the asteroid orbital drift charts, the navicomputer's been voice-locked. You'd need the access code to get it spaceworthy. Considering this latest droid commission breach, I'm putting the droids in this section under the control of the current dock officer. If anyone sends commands to the mining droids outside this terminal, I'll be forced to enact full override.
And the repair of the Ebon Hawk I see as even more evidence that it's our protocol droid that has been doing this.
Looks like those droids got the vessel working again, even with all the damage it had taken. The maintenance officer still won't admit ordering them to fix it, though. Regardless, still no luck accessing the navicomputer. It's been voice-locked, maybe by one of the corpses we found on the ship, like the old woman. If so, that ship isn't going anywhere, unless we rip out the navicomputer and put in a new one. If we even had one to spare. The only reason someone would lock their navicomputer is to hide their astrogation charts. Someone didn't want us to know where that ship was going, or where it had been. Only smugglers do that, or someone with something to hide. That Jedi's got a lot of questions to answer.
How many spikes do we have? Oh, none. Run diagnostic on damaged systems. Signal unit destroyed. Comm system from hangar inoperative. It looks as if the communication system was purposely burned out with a mining laser. Even if you had the parts, you don't think you could contact the administration level from this computer. Run diagnostic on damaged systems. I think there's a different system. Success. Access to the Paragon's emergency subsystems have been rerouted to a fuel depot computer terminal, and the connecting circuits have been burned out with a mining laser, preventing remote access. Check status of emergency subsystems. Those are the two. Open the two blast doors. But before I can do that, I need to collect computer spikes, which I think are through this door here, which I have to use explosives to get through. Poor Free CFD. Free CFD was also in the prologue. They helped us repair the ship, which is why it's such a shame that they're in such a poor state. Apparently irreparably damaged. Right. Let's keep going. Access hangar bay layout. The hangar bay map can now be referenced on the journal screen. All exits, rooms and important areas will have their own ID signatures labelled on the map. Emergency controls, emergency systems. Open blast door to hangar 25. Warning, conduit removed. The door to the hangar bay where the Ebon Hawk lies has had its power conduit surgically removed. You cannot slice this terminal or make a workaround for it out of parts. You need to replace the original conduit in order to open it. Open the blast door to the fuel depot. You have free access to the fuel depot. Excellent. Oh, blimey. T3M4 is really good this early in the game. Oh, thank you, Jenny. I hope you have a good night. Good night. This containment field blocks access to the fuel lines below. I missed the last bit, but I assume it was just telling us that we need to go elsewhere to lower the fields. Access remote cameras. This fuel line deposits fuel into docked starships. Since no ships are currently docked at the Paragus facility, it is sealed. There appears to be some sort of metal case lying inside the fuel pipe. You can't make it out. Just to show that again. Oh yeah, there's a metal case and a mine. Maintenance level. Entrance to droid maintenance area. Return to main functions. Call up system log. Within the past day, a series of explosions within the Paragus mining facility have enacted an emergency lockdown. Someone has sliced into the fuel depot computers and created a phantom fuel leak, sealing off the area with force fields to contain the blast. Blast in quotation marks. Call up emergency system schematics. Open emergency hatch on Paragus administrative level. Done. Log out. Be reap, be deep. That's what happens to poor T3. Right, now...
So, how long have you been a Jedi? Must be tough. You know, no family, no husband.
I don't really want to talk about it.
Alright, alright. Hey, what do you know? A little cargo cylinder came through.
It looks like it, but it's strange you didn't contact us on the comm.
If he got the turbo lifts working, then we should have a clear run to the hangar.
The turbo lifts are locked down manually, so I had him open the emergency hatch.
Wait. Don't tell me you're taking that hatch down into the mining tunnels. Are you? That explosion I heard came from below. There's probably nothing down there except superheated rock and collapsed blast tunnels. You'd be an idiot to go down there.
Maybe, but it's the only way out, and it's better I risk my life than yours.
You're either really brave or really crazy. Or both. Alright, I'll try to monitor things from up here. And be careful. The only thing moving down there is likely to be mining droids, so don't be playing hero too hard. Not that I care what happens to you or anything. I just don't want to be trying to get off this rock by myself.
Your concern is noted. I'll be going now.
Keep the comm link open. I may be able to guide you through the tunnels from up here. Don't know if the signal will hold if you get too deep, though.
You've received a comm link. Party members or others may use it to contact you or to help you or provide information. Right, and it's this next section, which was the last section we had reached at the end of last stream. That is to say we'd completed it. Barely, there's a lot of static.
There's a lot of interference down there, probably caused by that explosion. Still, it looks like there's a route down to the Paragus fuel depot. If the passages haven't collapsed, that explosion knocked out most of the sensors. There should be an emergency crate in the next room. Watch yourself. There's a lot of droid broadcasts in that area, but I can't pin them down.
I'll be careful then. If you detect anything, signal me.
Will do. And be careful down there.
Miner uniform, survey gear, safety harness, Telos mining shield, all of those very useful items. Safety harness. Safety gear. Good.
Find the emergency supplies?
Yes, and it looks like there's some clothes in here.
Damn it. I mean, good. Good to hear it. No sense in you running around half naked. It's distracting. I mean, for the droids. Look, there may be some survey gear and a safety harness inside the crate, too. The miners wear them when staking claims on the asteroids. The survey gear is designed to spot and protect you against sonic mines, and the safety harness can be helpful if you try to disarm them.
There's some kind of There's some kind of mining energy shield in this crate too.
Yeah, it's like a military-issue energy shield, except it's designed to protect the miners against lasers and heat. Should work against the droid mining lasers. It won't last forever, and certainly not against multiple laser hits. But it may buy you some time if you get ambushed by a battalion of droids.
Sounds useful. How do I use it?
Just equip it on your wrist, and then you can activate it like a med pack. Again, it won't last forever, so make it count.
Understood. Anything else?
Just one more thing. I've narrowed down some of the ID signals, and if the numbers are right, you're sharing those tunnels with a battalion of mining droids.
Any advice on taking out these droids?
Well, these are construction models. They shoot like a moisture farmer militia. Since they rely on ranged weapons, get in close with a melee weapon and start bashing them. In close combat, the guy with the vibroblade has the edge over the guy with the rifle, droid or not. Otherwise, just drill them from a distance. If they're not shielded, that is.
Shielded?
Yeah, it's possible some of the droid models may have mining shields on. If so, the shields may absorb laser fire. You can usually tell when a shield is active. It'll make an electrical field around the target. If they activate a shield, the best thing you can do is hit them with a melee weapon or try to burn out the shield with continual fire. But that could take a while, and it leaves you a target.
I'll do that. Anything else?
There's gotta be some central controller down there. See if you can find a terminal by the main access shaft. That'd be governing intelligence.
Quick save here. I'm not sure I want to reactivate that droid. Is that the way I'm going? Yeah, I think it is. So I should probably go back and look for things to loot. Oh, that was the droid I looked at before. Oh yeah, that's another door that's been painted onto a wall. It's not a real door. And we can recover some of these mines.
Watch where you step. I'm picking up a lot of sonic mines down there. Don't run unless you have to. It makes them harder to spot. If you have any skill with demolitions, you might be able to recover them and use them against the droids. That is, if the mines don't get you first. If you have survey gear or a safety harness, put them on. They'll make spotting and disarming the sonic charges a little easier.
Why are there so many charges down here?
Those mining droids, especially the excavator models, are designed to arm and set sonic charges for mining. Chances are if they still had charges after they went rogue, then they may have set them to try and kill the miners. And you. If you see one of those excavators, watch out. They may use their undeployed charges as projectiles.
Understood. Lysa thrusts out. So far, so good. Right, let's keep going. Oh, I keep clicking on the same droid. Right, that's quite a lot of droids. This could be a problem. Oh, we might actually go down here. How do I use a med pack? Hold on, let's put the shield up. Shield up. No, don't attack. Shield up. Right. Now clear these droids before you go down. Oh, goodness me, that was close. Oh, this is the section we needed the shield for anyway.
That explosion has superheated the tunnels ahead. That steam will cook the skin off your bones. If you can find a mining energy shield, switch it on. It should protect you against the heat if you move quickly enough.
Understood. Lysa threats out. Let's have a quick save here then. And hope we can make it through here without taking excessive damage. Oh, okay, we're down. Let's try again. Good, we made it through that time. Oh, we've leveled up. Bit of a shame I didn't notice that earlier. Stop healing them. There we go. Got there in the end. Okay, we're just coming up to the room that we reached at the end of last stream.
If so, the central droid controller should be somewhere nearby. Keep an eye out for it. I'm picking up a lot of droids. If you still have a mining energy shield, I'd equip it and switch it on.
There aren't just mining droids down here, there are sensibles too.
Sensor? It must be maintenance drones. Watch out. Those little pests will try to repair the mining droids if you don't gun them down first. Still, it's odd they're still active after the explosion. They don't have the same shielding as the mining droids. Be careful of those droids. I don't like this.
Understood. Lysa threats out. We didn't have the conversation about them... about the droids potentially being blinded by too much heat, did we? I hope that's still going to be an option when I access the console. It'll be a nuisance if I have to who have to engage in a fair fight. Maybe this was the container I was thinking of that was really difficult to break into last time. Call up droid command functions. Access camera functions, let's start there.
Everybody here? What's up, Kurta? We're supposed to be sinking fuel siphons into the 3218 asteroid shelf right now.
Forget the siphons. You know that survivor they pulled from the freighter? One of the miners said they served with her on Malachor 5.
Malachor 5? So she's one of the survivors? Or worse, a Mandalorian. So what?
Not a survivor, idiot. She's one of the Jedi from Malachor 5.
If she's one of the Jedi, hell, we can't have her walking around here. Well, I don't know what she'll do.
I thought all the Jedi were wiped out in the Civil War, weren't they?
Guess they missed one. But it gets better. I did some checking, and that bounty on Nar Shaddaa is still live.
What? You want to sell the Jedi to the exchange? Kurta, have you been chewing spice?
Look, you know how big that bounty is? That Jedi's our ticket off this rock.
Gorda, there's no way the officers will go for that. They'll lock us up for sure.
Then we'll improvise.
I just realised Nar Shaddaa is presumably a location. In the last stream, I thought that must have been the name of a Jedi. Someone has taken care to delete the record of this camera being placed. It is not listed. Oh, and I missed that. Let's see
Everybody
if we
here?
can.
What's up? Not a, if she, what, look, go, then.
It's not listed on any of the work records. Check droid schematics. Wait. Reassign droid mining protocols to mine sealed doors. Oh, we don't have the command spikes. Last time we did. That's a shame. I wonder why we have so many fewer command spikes this time. Well, perhaps we can break down the door manually. Check droid schematics. Judging from the droid schematic displays, the droids rely on thermal sensors to detect fuel deposits. You could easily blind them by raising the temperature. Okay, we can still do that even though we missed that conversation. Note that this will also prevent droids from being able to shoot each other if reprogrammed to mine each other. Yes, continue. Access fuel containment. Shut down the containment fields. I do hope I can mine through that door. Or bash through that door. There were some good items on the other side of it. It's surprising how much RNG seems to have changed this run already. I know it's only ever so slightly, but I wasn't expecting it to change at all. There we go. Oh, we've got a computer spike then. Right, let's keep going. Actually, I should probably go back this way to see if there were any unlooted remains. Doesn't look like it. I didn't take care of the droids here, did I? Do I stand any chance of getting through there? Doesn't look like it. Hold on, let's go back. I got the computer spike. So in theory, I could order the remaining droids to mine out any closed doors. The effect will cause the droids to open all locked doors on this level. Do you wish to continue? Yes. Good. What kind of reading? We weren't told about any reading. The containment fields in the mining tunnels are shutting down. You need to get out of there before they vent fuel to the surface of the asteroid through the tunnels. Why is this not being played? How much time do I have?
I'm locking down the turbo lift to the administration section now to keep the blast from spreading. If you've got anything left to do down there, make it quick, because where you are is going to get real hot real soon.
I don't like the fact some of that dialogue didn't play. It could be that when I thought I'd pressed a mouse button, I actually accidentally pressed it twice in quick succession or something, but I don't know. Recover a few mines. Right, basic ionic edge, cardio regulator, heavy mining laser, chemicals, credits, repair kits. Goodness gracious. Can't seem to make contact. There we go. Oh, I've still got another level up to do, don't I? I believe we blasted our way in there before. Excellent. Let's keep going. And let's do that level. Skills. We'll take 2 points in persuasion and 1 in treat injury. Features. What feature did I take here? It was empathy, wasn't it? Because that improves their persuasion, awareness and treat injury. And for powers, I think I went with force push. Right. Well, there we are. We have officially caught up with where we were at the end of last stream. And that only took an hour and a quarter.
It is a pleasure to see you alive, Master, provided my receptors are not off focus. How may I be of assistance?
So my choices are, how do you know me? I'm not your master. Or, tell me what you're doing here before I turn you into slag. Or, what are you? Or, have you seen a T3 unit? Or, I'm looking for a way into the Paragus hangar bay. Or, what's that body there? Let's go with, how do you know me? I'm not your master.
Answer. I am a survivor of the Harbinger, just as you were, Master. With the unexpected termination of my previous master, you are the only organic which I may now serve.
Interesting. Who was your previous master?
Answer. The captain of the Harbinger, Master. I was in transit to Telos to facilitate communications and terminate hostilities. However, we did not arrive at our intended destination.
What happened?
Irritated answer. Oh, Master, it is such a long, dull story, and not terribly relevant to our current situation.
Why didn't you tell me anyway?
Hesitant explanation. That has been the subject of considerable discussion since our arrival here, Master. Many have attempted to claim you and this unit as salvage. I was crudely interrogated concerning our brief history together on board the Harbinger, before its communications, weapons, and engines suffered the cascade failure that disabled the ship.
And where was I when this was taking place?
Speculation. It is possible you were incapacitated and locked in the well-shielded cargo compartment as the Harbinger was being systematically crippled, Master.
Locked?
Clarification. By locked, I meant sealed, Master. My vocabulator seems to be malfunctioning.
You said I was incapacitated when all this was going on.
Clarification. Yes, Master. No doubt the flurry of destruction on board the Harbinger somehow drugged you into a stupor from which you could not awaken. Most curious.
Drugged? What do you mean, drugged?
Placation. Merely a turn of phrase, Master. The implication that your state was due to the result of ingesting large quantities of Juma juice was unintentional. I meant to communicate only that you were somehow rendered unconscious before you were locked securely in the cargo hold.
There, you said locked again.
Clarification, by locked. I meant sealed, Master. My vocabulator seems to be malfunctioning.
Okay, what happened next?
Recitation. Following the unusual set of coincidences that led to the cascade failure in the Harbinger's systems, we were boarded by a small freighter with unknown ID codes. It appeared that this freighter had been attacked, and the captain wanted to study it. This freighter appeared to be still spaceworthy. Your cargo compartment was breached, and you were taken on board the freighter shortly before the Harbinger's systems began to go critical. I, too, managed to board the freighter before the Harbinger's destruction. We were most fortunate to have survived, Master.
Any idea what had attacked the small freighter?
Evaluation. Master, I do not know. Judging from the damage, it had been attacked by a much larger vessel. And when it attempted to escape the Harbinger with you on board, it was fired on again. Addendum. It does seem odd that such a small vessel has a high probability of attracting the attention of much larger vessels. Not a welcome trait in a freighter, to be sure.
What was the freighter that the Harbinger brought on board?
Explanation? I believe it was a smuggler's vessel by the name of the Ebon Hawk. Speculation. As to its purpose, I do not know. Perhaps it was always its intention to play dead, then kidnap you off the Harbinger and rob me of my bounty.
Now this is starting to make sense. Bounty?
Clarification. By bounty, I refer to your life, Master. It would pain me to see you damaged in any way. That is why the arrival of this Ebon Hawk caused me considerable distress.
And the Ebon Hawk came here.
Apology. My memory core cannot provide a clear answer on that point, Master. Suffice to say that once we arrived at this floating rock, our situation became much clearer.
Right. So, the HK protocol droid oh dear, this pen's finished. Drugged us, locked us in the cargo hold, and intended to collect our bounty. Juma juice. Right, that's been noted. How so?
Explanation. Despite my market value, Master, the miners were far more interested in you. It did not take long for me to ascertain the reason for this. While an HK protocol droid is a valuable piece of property, Jedi are worth much more in certain exclusive markets across the galaxy. Painful admission. I must confess to feelings of inferiority at the speculated difference between my value and the price for your capture. I was forced to remind myself it was not due to a failing of my model or function, but because you were a Jedi.
How did they find out I was a Jedi?
Surprised answer. Why, I told them, Master. You are the exiled Jedi who served with Revan in the Mandalorian Wars, are you not? I hope all that has happened has not been the result of a miscommunication. If so, then the problem lies with the core word databases, which are notoriously spotty.
Uh-huh. So, apparently, we served Revan. Did he say unpleasantness? Unpleasantness? What are you talking about?
Answer. All that has happened has been because they believe you to be a Jedi, Master. They debated what to do with you as you lay unconscious in the medical bay. One group seemed intent on selling you as property. The other group opposed this.
Then what happened?
3 standard hours after the division between the miners became apparent, accidents began to occur throughout the facility. A result of improper maintenance, I believe. These accidents coincided with the degradation of the mining droid behavioral cores. Crude models are prone to such failures, resulting in murderous rampages. The mortality rate of organics in the facility rose quickly.
So what happened to the rest of the miners?
Many miners began to join you in the medical bay as a cascade of flawlessly timed detonations occurred in isolated gas pockets in the lower levels of the facility. The explosions herded the miners into emergency sections of the station, quickly and efficiently cutting them off from communications and facility control. But sadly enough, not the ventilation systems.
Sadly enough? What do you mean?
You see, the explosions had damaged specific sections of this facility's ventilation systems, causing a slow, lethal buildup of toxic fumes in the dormitory level.
Are there any left alive?
Answer. I do not know, Master. Ironically enough, any miner that fled to the dormitory level to protect themselves from the droids and the explosions would find themselves in a gas-filled death trap.
Then I need to get there to rescue them.
It is unlikely any miners remain alive. As I said, the dormitory has been cut off from the rest of the facility, as has the hangar bay. There is no escape.
It's interesting that I was only given the option to question whether he did this once, and I don't seem to have the option again. If I crawled through the mining tunnels to get here, there's likely to be other tunnels.
Theory. You could walk across the surface of the asteroid to the dormitory airlock, but such a route would be extremely hazardous, and I do not wish to see you damaged.
Those miners could be hurt or in danger. We need to make sure they're alright.
Warning, Master. Continued exploration of this facility may place you in unnecessary danger. I encourage you to return to the medical bay and wait for retrieval from a vessel that is no doubt on the way, even as we continue this pointless conversation.
I'm going to find those miners, and you're going to help me.
Weary resignation. Very well, Master. But there is very little that I can do. You see, the airlock is sealed by a code.
Alright, so how do I get the code to the airlock?
Correction. Oh, I already possess the code, Master, but I am afraid that it will do you no good.
What do you mean?
Condescending explanation. Master, the console governing the droid maintenance area and the airlock is voice-printed, musing. In the last days of his life, the maintenance officer was quite careful about voice protocols, bordering on paranoid obsession. Conjecture. I suspect once he realized something was wrong in the facility, he voice-locked the droid bay functions. A prudent measure, but in the end, he met the same fate as the rest of the organics.
Voice printed.
Explanation. Yes, Master. Many consoles have voice recognition sensors built into their systems so that only selected individuals can unlock them.
You said you already have the code.
Condescending explanation. Oh, yes, Master. The code is Maintenance Control Voice Print ID R1B5. But unless the maintenance officer speaks the code, it is useless.
R1B5, right. Then how can I bypass the voice print?
Answer. Master, you cannot. You are trapped here just as I am. There is nothing to do except patiently wait for whatever the future has in store for us.
I had some more questions for you.
Of course, Master. How may I be of assistance?
Have you seen a T3 unit?
Hesitant answer. A T3 utility droid would be a common sight in this facility. It is indeed curious that I have not seen many since my arrival. However, I feel I must inform you that, droid prejudice aside, T3 models exhibit excessive individualism when not routinely memory wiped. This individualism can become such a nuisance that even a droid such as myself is tempted to reduce them to their base components, if not crush them into slag. But enough of my seemingly irrelevant tangent. Where did you leave the droid, Master? That would logically be the best place to look.
The unit was last seen near the hangar.
Answer. Then that would explain why such a T3 unit isn't here, Master. I believe my photoreceptors are functioning adequately enough to verify that.
Then maybe you can answer something else for me.
Of course, Master. How may I be of assistance?
What's that body there?
Answer. That is all that remains of the maintenance officer, Master. At the end, he was quite incoherent from the pain, and attempts to facilitate communications with him proved useless. I heard his dying screams as the droids he tended turned on him, mining him like a piece of asteroid rock.
Did he say anything at the end?
Recitation? Oh, yes, Master. The record of his last moments were... 5 droids, burning through the outer door. They're forcing their way into the bay. Please, someone that... Oh no, they're through! Oh, my leg! They're burning through my leg! Oh, stop, please! Addendum. His remaining attempts at communication are variations in decibel, Master, ranging from frenzied screams to gibbering inarticulate attempts to beg for his life.
Wait, if you can play back his voice, can't you speak the voice code?
Objection. Master, to commit such an act would be in violation of the ethics programming most droids are believed to possess. I am afraid there is nothing that can be done.
So my choices are believed to possess. Clearly he doesn't. Or persuade. The fact you can mimic voices is pretty impressive. What would it sound like if you did speak the voice code to the console? Or, I understand if your limited functionality prevents you from mimicking the maintenance officer's voice accurately. Or, I had some more questions for you. Or, never mind. I think probably the third option. I understand if your limited functionality prevents you from mimicking the maintenance officer's voice accurately, because he has shown himself to be quite prideful so far.
Irritated objection. Master, There is nothing wrong with my communications functionality. I will prove it. A recitation.
Maintenance control voice print ID R1V5.
There. Was that sufficient, Master?
Can you follow me and say that again?
Alarmed objection. Oh, Master, no. I might inadvertently speak such a command near a console and accidentally unlock something I shouldn't. I was merely speaking such to prove to you that I could. It is a trait I'm quite proud of.
I've heard enough, I'll be going now. Oh, we leveled up again. That's nice. Oh, and we get to increase an attribute. Strength would be the obvious one to go for. Other choices are wisdom or charisma. High charisma increases the potency of a character's force powers. Also reduces the penalty when using force powers of an opposing alignment. A light side character with a high charisma can use dark side powers with less of a penalty, and a high charisma also improves your companion's chance to hit. Finally, charisma influences a character's persuade skill. Okay, I think we've got to go with charisma then. What would the game recommend? Stun droid. Sounds reasonable to me. Excellent. Poor maintenance officer. I probably shouldn't really have been looting his corpse, but at the same time... anything that can help me get off here is obviously a benefit, and there's no reason to believe anyone's necessarily going to... No, actually, to be fair, I imagine people would turn up eventually, so perhaps I shouldn't have looted him. With the protocol droid's help, I've finished work on the sonic imprint sensors. I've installed them in the mining droids, but I'm locking up the original here to prevent the other miners from using its ability to record and playback voices to override the droid's voice print protocols. Interesting. With the sonic imprint sensor, you might be able to record pieces of the maintenance officer's voice from holologs and use them to open the airlock door. Sonic imprint sensor. Intended as a prototype droid component, this small sonic receiver allows sounds and voices to be recorded, spliced, then played back. To record a voice, you must have the sensor in your possession and then speak to the subject you wish to record. Okay, we can arrange that. Let's hope he's willing to impersonate the maintenance officer again. Can you play back the maintenance officer's last words?
Recitation? Oh yes, Master. The record of his last moments were...
5 droids, burning through the outer door. They're forcing their way into the bay. Please, someone that... Oh no, they're through! Oh, my leg! They're burning through my leg! Oh, stop! Stop, please!
Addendum. His remaining attempts at communication are variations in decibel, Master, ranging from frenzied screams to gibbering inarticulate attempts to beg for his life.
Wait, if you can play back his voice, can't you speak the voice code?
Objection. Master, to commit such an act would be in violation of the ethics programming most droids are believed to possess. I am afraid there is nothing that can be done.
I understand if your limited functionality prevents you from mimicking the maintenance officer's voice accurately.
Irritated objection. Master, there is nothing wrong with my communications functionality. I will prove it. A recitation. Maintenance control voice print ID R1B5. There. Was that sufficient, Master?
I've heard enough. I'll be going now. Excellent. I'm surprised you didn't call me out on having the exact same conversation twice. Ah, not ideal. So this is the same area that we lost contact with T3. Wait, did I just take out 2 enemies with 1 attack? That's surprising. Excuse me? Okay, they're attacking me. Mining droid Mark II. Oh, I wondered if there were Mark IIs aboard. Apparently they're humanoid. Next time I level, I should take the ability that gives you increased vitality. Okay, I don't have complete information on this level then. Oh, this will just be easier if I can recover T3. Maintenance station, eh? Let's see what we can do from here. Oh, enter voice print code.
Maintenance control, voice print ID, R1B5.
Beeping from droid console. Open door to airlock with maintenance officer's override. Wonderful. Access maintenance logs.
Finished the sonic imprint sensor prototype for the mining droids. Everyone knows they need an upgrade. The sensor should allow me to issue voice commands to them rather than manually adjusting their routine each time the mining specifications change. I've been keeping the sensor in the maintenance workshop for the time being. I wanted to test it first by recording and playing back some simple voice commands. Finished my examination of the droids from the Ebonhawk freighter. The T3 unit looked like it had shut itself down. The protocol droid, however, made up for it. It talked my ear off for most of the hour, asking questions about the facility, the personnel, and so on. Still, it wanted to make itself useful, so I put it to work until its master wakes up from the med bay. It seems to have some skills in speaking to droid behavior cores, so... There's been some trouble with some of the mining droids, so I'm signing off.
Yeah.
Been speaking to the protocol droid about the Jedi in med bay. I thought they'd all gone away or been killed in the Jedi Civil War. The droid told me that his master's the only Jedi he knows of in all the galaxy, and that the Jedi had served in the Mandalorian Wars almost 10 years ago. That would have meant that the Jedi served under Revan for a time. Maybe the Jedi knows what happened to Revan up to the end of the Jedi Civil War. Been too busy to enter a log for a while. There's been more and more accidents since that Jedi arrived. The miners are starting to get restless, especially Korta. Korta said the exchange is offering a huge bounty on Jedi Knights and that we can make a fortune if we sell the Jedi to Nar Shaddaa. Security shut down that idea pretty quick. But I don't think Korta and his men are gonna give up that easy. I mentioned the trouble to the Jedi's protocol droid, and he seemed concerned about his master's safety. I told the droid not to worry. The Korta wouldn't...
And then it's cut off. So it sounds like HK was already undermining the facility before he learned about the plan to have us sold off to the exchange. He probably just wants to... See, I'm not so sure about this master business. I don't know how loyal he actually is. If he's loyal at all, it must be involuntary. I think it's quite likely he's just trying to sell us to the... I think it's quite likely he's just trying to... trying to collect the bounty for himself still.
With the protocol droid's help, I made some upgrades to the sonic imprint sensor, using some of the droid's vocabulator subroutines. In addition to its ability to store and record voices, it now has the droid's full array of alien languages, including Basic. Should prove useful as a portable translator. I tried to make sure the protocol unit got some credit for helping fashion it, but the droid refused, saying the work was reward enough. I was thinking of installing the prototype in one of the mining droids as a test, and see what happens. When the dock officer reported the droids repairing the Ebon Hawk, I installed a voice print ID on the droid console system. Someone ordered them to repair that freighter, but I can't find a trace of the order anywhere. If anyone tries that again, they won't be able to do it from this terminal unless I let them. The voice print should cut any user off from the central functions unless I get the code. The maintenance check on the droids didn't help. If anything, the accidents have increased. Security interrogated me about the droids and they weren't too happy with my answers. I don't understand it though. These aren't combat models. They shouldn't even know how to attack. I can't help but think, what if somebody staged the initial trouble with the mining droids just to get them all sent to maintenance, and then did something to them? I think security's right. Someone's trying to sabotage this facility and they're using the droids to do it. But why?
Yep, that figures with our current theory. Check for exits from fuel depot. Airlock active. Containment field active. Administration turbolift active. Emergency turbolift shutdown. Check containment field. Activated. Breach in fuel lines detected. Access to hangar bay denied. Trace source of the breach. The system is registering a blast in one of the main fuel lines. The containment field has been activated to keep the explosion isolated within the hangar bay. That would imply that the fuel lines connect directly to the hangar bay. If you could get access to the fuel lines, you could bypass the containment field entirely. Check the fuel lines. Although the fuel lines are currently sealed because no ships are docked with the facility, they would open automatically if a ship did arrive. Check the other exits from the fuel depot. Check turbolift administration level. Access to fuel depot denied. Access to administration permitted. The turbolift to the administration level is programmed to automatically open only when entering administration from the fuel depot. Turbolift to mining tunnels. Access denied. The turbo door to the mining tunnels has been locked down. It cannot be opened. You cannot use it to re-enter the tunnels. Check airlock. Seems to be working. Check emergency lockdown status. The explosions within the facility look like they have locked down every blaster in the facility, including the ones in the hangar. Looks like each turbo lift door needs to be opened manually. Not ideal, but okay. Check ventilation systems. Active mining channels, dormitory section. The ventilation systems appear to be disabled except in two areas. The mining tunnels on the level above and the main living quarters on the other side of the asteroid. The ventilation system in the mining tunnels activated as soon as the containment fields went down. The system is now venting fuel out to the surface of the asteroid to keep it from building up within the facility. Access comm systems. Communication system damaged, inoperative. Repair. Run diagnostic on damaged system. Signal unit destroyed. Comm system from fuel depot inoperative. The comm system circuit has been severed with a laser drill, and there is too much interference in the asteroid rock to allow you to to allow you to contact any other level via comlink. Access cameras. The droid maintenance area has been sealed by the emergency lockdown. However, new programming has been introduced to keep it from opening even if the lockdown is cancelled. There's no way to shut down the field that you can see from this terminal. This means anyone inside the facility is effectively cut off from the hangar bay. That looks like T3. The fuel line deposits fuel into the docked starships. No ships are currently docked to the Pegasus that is sealed. There appears to be a damaged T3 unit dumped into the fuel line. It may be your missing T3 unit. There is also some sort of metal case next to the T3 unit, but you can't make it out. It may have been deliberately dumped down there. Okay. We gained a lot of useful information from that. This must be the way to the airlock. Right, I think we want to try to recover T4 first if we can. We might not be able to. But otherwise we can't get through any secure doors. Maybe we can't. Yeah, we're just gonna have to go through the airlock, aren't we? I hope we have a spacesuit available. There's also the turbo left. Doesn't that just go straight to administration, though?
Found anything?
All very good answers. The miners may still be alive. They're trapped in the dormitory section.
So they are still alive. But the dormitory comm isn't picking up anything. Is there any way to get to them?
I need to open an airlock bit sealed with a voice print protocol with the maintenance officer. Well, I've already done that.
Voice print? Great. That means he'd have to speak the code. And he's dead, right?
I found a talkative... Oh, it looks that way.
There's ways to beat voice prints, though. If you can get samples of his voice and the right words, you should be able to fake the voice print code, if you know what it is. You know, I overheard the maintenance officer getting chewed out by the security officer. You might want to check the security office on this level and see if there's any voice samples stored in the logs. And maybe there's samples of the code in the maintenance officer's holo logs, if you can find a way to record them.
I have found a sonic sensor in the code. I just need to find the right words to record. Well, I've already done all that.
That's a start. See if you can find any recordings where the maintenance officer is speaking, and try to piece together the words to unlock the voice print.
I found a talkative protocol droid down in the fuel depot.
Yeah? Did you blow it up?
No, why would I do that?
Because droids can't be trusted.
And you can?
Look, I could have let you rot in those mining tunnels, and all I get from you is backtalk. You know what? I don't trust you. For all I know, you could have caused all this trouble. In fact, you did, just by being a Jedi. So before you start accusing me of anything, Jedi, maybe you better take a look at what you've done.
Uh-huh. My only point is that he shouldn't be casting doubt on other people when I barely know him. Well, he probably shouldn't be anyway without evidence, but, you know, I have no reason to particularly trust him over a droid at this point. I'll return if I find anything. Right, at least we have a way back here. But it does look like we'll be going through the airlock. A bit weird that the dialogue didn't properly account for the fact that we'd already gained access to the airlock. In order to exit the airlock, you will need the spacesuit stored in the locker in this room. It should equip automatically when you select the outer airlock. Excellent. Ooh. We still can't see the player's face through the spacesuit, just like in the previous game though. Presumably so that the developers could get away with just producing one model of a spacesuit.
That's about time. I lost your signal after you left the mining tunnels. Now you're coming in clear.
Except I'm picking you up on the exterior of the facility, on the asteroid's surface. That can't be right.
I'm right outside the observation window.
Huh? What are you doing out there?
I need to reach the miners in the dormitory section. This is the only way to get there.
You're crazy, even for a Jedi. Look, you need to get out of there, quick.
What do you mean?
What little is left of the facility's venting systems have gone active, most likely from the explosions in the mining tunnels. They're venting Paraga's fuel deposits into space through the exterior vents, right in your path.
Can't you shut them down?
I can't. I'm locked out of the main systems here. I couldn't shut it down if I tried. The vents look like they've been purposely rerouted to vent the gases to the exterior. And only in the last few minutes. It's almost as if... Now what now? I don't believe this. There's a ship coming in, sending a docking code. I have a bad feeling about this.
Oh, the HK droid must have contacted somebody who's here to collect the bounty. Interesting. This is the individual that's on the title screen of the game, isn't it? That's why the HK droid was so certain a ship would be here soon. I wonder if that's the Harbinger. Although I don't see a lot of signs of damage, so perhaps not. What's with the Darth Vader-like breathing noises?
He has come.
We were told to save our game whenever that happens. Good thing the venting gas doesn't seem to cause us any harm. Less than ideal. I don't suppose the HK droid accounted for us recovering and being released from the KOTOR tank. He probably assumed once he'd taken control of the facility, he could just wait for whoever this is to show up and then sell us off while we were still unconscious. Now, the fire suppression systems have gone active, and I can't even make it to the dormitory section. I watched the turrets turn their carbonite freeze rays on Mabon before he even got halfway across the room. Fortunately, their range doesn't seem to go beyond the room itself, so I was able to remain safe in the corridor. But I didn't have any ranged weapons to take them out from a distance, and I didn't have a stealth field generator to sneak across the room either. I tried unlocking the storage room door to see if there were any cold-resistant items or grenades I could use, but the door was sealed from the lockdown. I don't know enough about security systems to open it, and I didn't have a sonic charge to blow the door open. Still, as long as the droids don't make it into this section, I should be alright. Oh dear. Why is the automated fire extinguisher turning up as a weapon? Ow, that's why. That's what the log was trying to tell us. Stop that. Okay, on their own they weren't actually that effective, but if we were also being attacked by more dangerous enemies at the same time, they could have been a real problem. Right, so presumably this individual was trying to go that way, but got cut off. And they never made it into here. I hope this isn't a waste of my last mine. Oh, do I have more? Oh, that's alright then. I'll save it for when we actually need them, though. Use the workbench to upgrade items. Minor uniform. Heat shielding Mark 1. Alloy overlays can enhance armor performance. The modification requires a workbench with adequate tools and an armor of high enough quality. This upgrade is incompatible with this item. Okay. Presumably I cannot upgrade it then. Insulated gloves. 30% resistance to cold, 20% resistance to fire. These thick gloves are typically used by workers at metal processing plants. That seems well worth it, given where we are. Let's keep going. Oh goodness me, we took a lot of damage there. Emergency blast door. Oh, more enemies. They haven't seen us yet though, fortunately. Let's use this console a bit. Reroute the main console system. Slicer system. Destroy the console to force open the dormitory door. Well, we have a lot of repair parts, so let's repair it first. You have rerouted the system, bypassing the main console functions. Check duty shift logs. There appears to be nothing more than long lists of work assignments, with the number of miners available for duty decreasing over the past 3 days, citing several medbay logs. Access remote camera controls. Doesn't look like anyone survived. Dormitory comm system. The comm system crackles to life. All you hear is a slow hissing. Otherwise, the dormitories appear to be deathly silent. End dormitory emergency lockdown. Well, that's progress. Ow. Hold on, stun droid. Hold on. Do I have any healing items? I do. Let's use a few med packs. Ow! Stun droid. There we go. That was expensive, but we should be able to make some more progress now. Oh, that stun didn't last very long. How? Wow, these Mark II... Mark II mining droids really do hurt. I was hoping it'd run to me after I... stunned it. Never mind. After it had recovered from being stunned, I mean. Stop freezing me. Oh, we leveled. Let's level up then. Right, for skills, 1 level of Persuade, 2 of Treat Injury. Features. I wanted to take the feature that makes me a lot more tanky, didn't I? If I can remember what that was, and they haven't removed it from the game. Toughness. I already have the first level of Toughness. Second level, this character is very resilient. This feature subtracts 10% of any damage over 20 points suffered. The character retains +1 vitality points per level granted by Toughness. This feature subtracts 10% of any damage over 20 points suffered. That sounds rubbish. So if I took 30 damage, for example, that's only 10 points over 20, so it'd subtract 10%, so I'd take 29 instead of 30 damage. This is probably worth it just to build up to Master Toughness, but that is pretty rubbish. Burst of Speed, you think? That's restricted by armor, so we won't be using that. Can I get the heal ability, I wonder? Where would that be? Ooh, we can get battle meditation in this game. I think that was reserved to just Bastilla in the first game. Oh, Revitalize. It's like a... We can't get it yet. We can't get it till level 9, but it's... this power allows the Jedi to rekindle the life energies of any non-droid fallen ally. This brings the single closest fallen ally back to consciousness with 5% of their total vitality points. So it's a weak resurrection, effectively. I know they're technically unconscious, but I mean mechanically speaking, compared to other similar games. Mind Trick. Mind Trick distracts a non-droid target, making it easier to sneak by them. If the target fails a will save of DC 5 plus the attacking character's level and wisdom and charisma modifiers, then they are distracted for 30 seconds. Distracted targets won't notice the player unless the player gets too close or interact with them. Oh, we can't get heal, not until we're level 6. Okay. I don't actually see us using Mind Trick very much. Force Scream is interesting. Oh, but it's a dark side power. Blimey, what should we go with? We could get just old-fashioned stun. Honestly, none of these are really good. Alright, we'll grab Mind Trick. I don't know if we'll end up using it. Force Concussion. Confusion. That makes more sense. Force Confusion is a more powerful version of Mind Trick that can actually cause an opponent to fight for you. If the target fails a will save of DC 5 plus the attacking character's level and wisdom and charisma modifiers, then they will fight your opponents for 30 seconds. Only one opponent can be affected by Force Confusion at a time. This power only works on sentients, beasts and droids are immune. Only the main character can select the power during level up. That's probably worth having. So we'll take the force power that's a prerequisite for it. Right, let's keep going. Fire Suppression Droid Mark 1. So this is one of the dormitories, I believe. It's around this area that we may find some survivors if there are any. Interesting. Well, I do hope we're able to go back for poor old T3. Got another lecture about contraband today. Security hasn't started doing spot checks of our quarters yet, so my cache in the lower bunk in my room in the eastern dormitory should be safe. You won't even know it's there unless you know to look for it. KOTOR came around again, asking if I had any special cargo to sell, but I was getting a bad feeling about how he was asking, so I stayed quiet about my stash. I'm going to keep that blaster I smuggled from Telos and a few grenades there just in case things get rough. Only benefit to having a room the farthest from the door is that it should buy me enough time to dump the contraband if security does surprise inspection. I assume they mean if security performs a surprise inspection. Okie dokie. Interesting. What's a lab station? Is that just a workbench? I think essentially yes. Could we upgrade items there? No. So I think it's actually less good than a workbench. I swear they're never going to get around to fixing the ventilation systems, and if the food processor's back up again, the next time the fumes start flooding the mess hall, I'll be dead rather than just nauseous. I'll keep the breath mask here just in case we have a repeat incident. Okay, that's good to know. So I presumably picked up a breath mask then. Okay, so both doors go to the same room. Why? Why would you... Oh, I suppose because this is supposed to be where people pick up their food. So they come in one way, grab their food, and come out the other. That makes sense. Breath mask, not usable by Wookiees. This is a standard issue gear for Republic forces and most professional soldiers, protecting against a variety of gas-based attacks. I won't equip it right now, but let's remember we have that. Oh dear. So that's what happened to poor KOTOR. Minor log. The holo log looks like it needs to be plugged into a holo reader in order to play back the contents. Which presumably I don't have. There's a turbo lift. Locked. Open the turbo lift door. Enter 5-number code sequence. Access camera logs.
Almost didn't make it out of the dormitory section before the lockdown, you murglak. You're cutting a little close, aren't you?
Yes, a regrettable miscalculation on my part. I'm contacting you because I'm picking up a subspace transmission from within that level. Is that your doing?
No, they must be trying to use the old relay system to send an emergency signal. I doubt they know what's really going on.
Hey, this turbo lift's locked down.
Try the code again, and don't worry about the miners and their transmission. By the time help arrives, we'll be all the way to Nar Shaddaa.
Oh, they won't be leaving the dormitories. The explosion within the tunnel has damaged the ventilation systems, causing breaches in the core exhaust conduits.
What? That's going to kill them all!
Not all of them, but I'm sending a number of mining droids to your location right now to correct that problem.
KOTOR, this turbo lift's locked down. The sequence isn't working.
Keep trying it! You! Why are you doing this? Why me?
You. It was never about you. The Jedi is all that interests me. But then you had to ruin everything by revealing her identity and then trying to harm her. And that I cannot allow. Statement. You are a risk, KOTOR. You are impulsive, crude, and soon, deceased.
Mocking query. KOTOR, are you dead yet? Smug statement. I believe I forgot to mention that I reversed the turbolift codes, in case you managed to get this far.
I can't tell, was that HK? It sounded like it, didn't it? I mean, the voice wasn't quite right, but the way they'd prefixed statements with some classification of the statement. But the first person they were talking to certainly wasn't. So maybe HK is actually working for somebody else, and they were involved in trying to capture me. That would explain everything, I think. Right. Oh, do I not have the holo log? Maybe I do and I just went past it. Minor log. This holo log looks like it needs to be plugged into a holo reader in order to play back the contents. Right, we'll have to try to locate a holo reader then, since that's probably got the codes that we need to reverse to get through the door. Why would they reverse it instead of change it completely? Very strange. You know, I don't think we've actually had a grand story revealed to us yet. In the first game, fairly quickly we were sent on the hunt for Bastilla and made aware of the Civil War and so on, so there was already a great significance to the actions we were performing. Oh, did that not work? I'll try one more time. But in this game, not so much. You do not need the codes to open that door. I'd assumed not, because it did say I could destroy the console. But I would prefer to do so if it's possible. Please do be careful about giving me spoilers, though. I prefer not to have spoilers. How are you doing anyway, Star Wars? That's probably going to do me no good whatsoever. I think I can shut it down, but I also do have a gas mask available, so I might just put that on. Right, fingers crossed this does the trick. I seem to be alright for now. The game does seem to be running smoothly. Another hololog, interesting. You found the corpse of the administration officer. He had a hololog on his body which could contain the codes to open the hangar bay. If you can find a hololog reader. If the log doesn't contain the hangar codes, then you'll need to find another way past the fuel depot force fields to reach the Ebon Hawk. At the beginning of this stream, I went into quite a lot of detail about what the problems were, how I tried to diagnose and address things, and what ultimately seems to have worked. But the short version is I created a FAT partition inside a file, which I've then mounted, and that's where I've installed the game. So it is on a case insensitive file system right now inside a file. Ah, it must be around here that there was that cache we were told about. He said his was furthest from the door. Which door, I wonder? That's strange. Did that not work? There we go. I do like the fact I can use mines to get through locks in this game. Although, to be fair, I only like it because I'm not playing a character that has a high security skill, and I don't currently have one available. It's the old problem with a lot of RPGs that when you provide characters with lots of ways to do the same thing, then characters that have invested heavily in a particular skill feel as though they're being cheated, when other characters have an easy way to do the same thing. He said he was in the Eastern Dormitory, I think? Which one am I in right now? Where am I right now? Is that me? Probably. No. Where am I? Oh, I'm there. So I'm in the Western one. Right, that explains why the cache isn't here. Yes, indeed, on planet Earth. This is the Perigus mining facility, I believe. Repair. Scavenge the console for components. Right. Poor miners. Oh, I wonder if having an HK droid that joins in quotation marks, right at the start of the game and is calling you master and all that, and having them be responsible for everything that's going on here. I wonder if that was the developers trying to play on players' affection of the previous game. Because I think HK-47 is a very well loved character. And so I can imagine that if there was another HK droid that was doing these things, that the response of a lot of players would be, "Oh, you rascal," instead of actually taking the death seriously or the threat that I suspect the HK droid presents to us. The holo log looks like it needs to be plugged into a holo reader in order to play. Okay. Well, once I have a holo reader, mine foreman log. Oh goodness me. I've looted a lot, but I still don't think I have any sort of holo reader. I assume one must exist though. I did loot that stash, didn't I? So he said his was farthest from the door? I'm not so convinced. Oh, maybe he meant this door. As in the door into the dormitory as opposed to the door into the... Sorry, the door into the bedroom as opposed to anything else. Oh no. I could have sworn I saw and looted the cache. Maybe you can only do it once. Yes, hidden compartment. Yes, and that has been looted. Okay. And I didn't get a holo reader, did I? All datapads, weapons, armor, usable quests, miss. So I can't select just new, like I could in the previous game. That's a bit of a shame. Nope. No sign of a holo reader. Is it a piece of... Is it opposed to something handheld? Is it a piece of equipment? A fixture and or a fitting? Well, I've reached a bit of a... Apparently I didn't loot that. I've reached a bit of a dead end here, haven't I? Oh. Apparently I never looted this locker. Still not much good. No holo reader. Yeah, I could go back the way I went. I'd be surprised if that would be very productive though. I could break the console and make my way up the turbo lift that way. But the thing is, I've got quite a lot of these logs, and it's not just that the code to get to use the turbo lift without breaking the console is there. It's also that there's information there that I'd like, so I don't really want to leave the area. Until I've looked at those logs, if I can help it. Maybe I can't help it. Incidentally, is it an option for me to go back this way? Yes, it looks like it is. So if I wanted to go out that way, I could. It could be that the holo reader is in a different area than the one I'm currently in. But I mean, I've been fairly thorough in looting up till now. Actually, I can think of a couple of areas I didn't check in the last place we were, because they were locked, and at that point I didn't realise I could use ordinary sonic mines to break through doors. Oh, okay, I can't go back that way. Okay. Those were the doors that I was hoping I could regain control of T3 to open, as opposed to using the mines. I'm running a bit short of options at this point. I may... Let's see if I can play the holo logs here. Doesn't look like it. I may just need to break that console then. It's not looking like I have a huge amount of choice. It is odd that the game would give me data, which is supposed to have the code on, and give me the information that the code has been reversed. So in theory, I should have everything I need. Hold on, the logs from that console that I looked at, those were holographic logs, weren't they? Maybe I can play the other logs I've picked up from the turbolift console.
Almost didn't make it out of the... Yeah. Hey.
Or maybe not.
They won't be leaving the...
What?
Not
Corda.
you, but then...
What's weird, sorry, Star Wars? The point I was making. It told me where the code could be found, and all I need is a holo reader,
Are you dead yet?
and told me the code had been reversed,
I believe I forgot to mention that I reversed
but not given me a holo
the
reader.
codes, in case you managed to get this far.
I take it I can't just, like, double-click them or something. It's not like I've always had the ability to look at them, you know, like as if a holo reader is something that every character would carry around with them all the time or something. It's not a usable item or equipable item, no. Needs to be plugged into a holo reader in order to play back the contents, but I don't think I have a holo reader. You never could find it either. Huh. Maybe it was cut content, and because the modders that were trying to restore the game didn't have copies of the audio recordings that would have been there, they couldn't put it back. Okay, I think I'm going to have to destroy the console. It's a great pity, but it's probably my only way forwards. Either that, or it's an item which only certain characters would have access to, or something like that. I wish I hadn't had to do that, but still. Oh, I know where we are.
I have felt a disturbance. Our enemy is here. We must leave at once.
Enemy?
The one that fired upon the Ebon Hawk as we attempted to rescue you. And he will not let us go without blood being shed.
Wait, who is this enemy?
The story is a long one, and time is short. Come, we must go, and quickly.
Alright, let's go.
We need to make our way to the docking area on this level. I fear the airlock has already opened, and if so, we must be on our guard. If we cannot reach the Ebon Hawk, then we must find a way to escape on the ship that has docked here.
I wonder if I actually get a choice. Or at least if, depending upon my choices in the game, whether I could end up on one of two ships. That's interesting. Crow's joined your party. When she's in your active party, her mental special ability gives everyone a bonus to earned experience points. That's pretty nice. What can she do before I level her? She is a Jedi Consular. I think that means she has lots of Force abilities. She's high wisdom, that's consistent. What about items? She appears to be unarmed. That's not ideal. Okay, she can have a Gwydon beacon. And would best level her. Attributes. It's between wisdom and charisma, isn't it? Let's go with wisdom. What would you recommend? Game? Treat injury. Was that? And some points in repair. I suppose. Don't see a reason why not. Stun droid. That's probably a good idea given the area we find ourselves in. Oh, and she's leveled again. Force Scream, isn't that a dark side power? I mean, it looks good, but... Let's go with... Wait, does she have Force Push? She has Force Push. What should we go with? Battle meditation? Oh, not high enough level. I'm not allowed to not spend it, am I? No, the game doesn't like that. I can't save the point for later. Trying to think if there's much here that she could do that would be just generally good for the party. I don't think so though. Alright, then I guess we'll go with Force Aura. +2 to defense and all saving throws. Better than a kick in the teeth. Oh, and I should probably take this gas mask off now. And what will we go with? The survey gear for now. If we end up in battle with a force sensitive individual, then we'll probably want to change that to the neural link, was it? Right, let's keep going. We do need to try and save T3 if we can help it. That's less than ideal. They were behind us, weren't they? They appear to have vanished. Alrighty.
What in space is going on? Who's this? Another Jedi? What, did you guys suddenly start breeding when I wasn't looking?
Atten, there's no time to explain. Grab a weapon and follow me.
Alright. I'm guessing that Republic ship that just docked isn't carrying friends of yours.
I hope your talent for understatement is offset by your skill with a blaster. If not, then I fear our time together will be short indeed.
Yeah, and I'm also good at running and drinking, Your Majesty. And even if you two aren't big friends of the Republic, that warship's the only way off this station.
Atten has joined your party. As long as he isn't the last party member standing, he can't be knocked out, and his saving throws improve the more he's wounded. Blimey. So they're actually making each of these characters a lot more unique.
Good thing we have a clear run to the ship.
Threat. Master, perhaps I did not enunciate clearly the last time we spoke. I suggested that you should shut down, stay put, and wait for rescue.
No, you were clear. I just don't listen to assassin droids. Nah, what do you mean?
Clarification. Master, your well-being is of the highest importance to me. I was forced to intercede here on Paragus to ensure your survival.
You mean by killing all the miners?
Indignant answer. Master, the miners intended to place you in jeopardy. I could not allow that to take place, so I was forced to negotiate a termination of hostilities. After reprogramming the mining droids to mine any organics they perceived, they began to kill the miners one by one. Then a series of flawlessly timed explosions drove the miners into their dormitories, where I was able to gas them all at once without wasting time hunting them through the mining tunnels. I then administered a large dose of sedatives to the remaining miners in the med bay, enough to kill them, but ensure you slept peacefully. Of course, against my calculations, you awakened from your tank prematurely. I am ashamed by the inconvenience that caused for both of us.
Sounds like we're on the right track then. So you ordered the mining droids to kill me?
Answer? You misunderstand me, Master. Those droids were there to guard you. As I said, I did not anticipate you awakening from the tank. You are quite a hardy specimen for a Jedi, a Ronto among humans, if you will indulge me the metaphor. Besides, as you proved, Master, such droids could never pose a threat to a Jedi. The droids were custodial in nature, cleaning the facility of other distractions.
Why did you want to capture me?
Answer. It is beyond the scope of my programming to probe the motivations of my clients, Master. Suffice to say that I am being well compensated for my services. You have been a difficult target to find. You have been wandering the galaxy since the end of the Mandalorian Wars, leaving little record of your passage. It is as if you did not wish to be found by hunters such as myself, or more likely, the Jedi Order.
You found me. Obviously I didn't do a good job.
Admission. It was a matter of chance, Master. I happened to be serving as a protocol droid on the Harbinger when you booked passage. After that, it was a simple matter to sabotage the Harbinger and call for a retrieval. Irritated statement. However, when the Ebon Hawk appeared and salvaged us from the wreckage, I was forced into a series of rapid recalculations, culminating in our current situation.
Who is this client of yours?
Chiding answer. My programming renders me incapable of revealing the identity of my client, Master. However, I am free to say that my client is wealthy and very interested in possessing the last of the Jedi.
See, this story doesn't really, so far, sound like it has very... It's not really happening on a galactic scale, is it? It's not quite like the previous game where we were saving the universe. I mean, well, saving the galaxy. I mean, I don't suppose I oppose that at all. In fact, some of my favourite games have had the main character be quite a little person. I don't think that it has to have a big overarching story, but it is a massive departure from the previous game that I wasn't expecting. I don't want to fight you, but I will if you leave me no other choice.
Resignation. Very well, Master. If inflicting pain is the only means to resolve this matter, then you leave me no choice.
Right, those need to go immediately. Oh, we have some leveling to do. I probably should have checked what class he was first, actually. Oh, he's a scoundrel. Okay. Where would the game recommend I put the point? Dexterity. That's not a bad shout, actually. Recommended leveling, demolitions and stealth. Okay. I don't see why not. Dueling, you think? Wouldn't that only be good... Wait, what was the dueling condition? Characters that focus on using single one-handed weapons in battle gain a +1 to attack and +1 to defense due to the efficacy of this form of combat. This applies to both range and melee weapons. This feature also applies when using unarmed combat. Okay, if he's a one blaster specialist, then that's a good choice. We should probably make sure he actually has a weapon, though. He does. It's not brilliant, but it's probably... Oh, there's a blaster rifle. That would do a lot more damage, but he'd lose the benefits he would otherwise be getting. Heavy mining laser, that's small. Oh, but that's also a blaster rifle. Well. He can have the heavy mining laser, I think. Right, let's try and have... Wait, does she have a lightsaber? I thought I checked her items and she didn't. Oh no, that's the Guidon beacon I gave her.
Yeah.
I think that's all of the sensor droids taken care of. I only targeted 3 of them, but I think one of the characters must have taken care of the last one. Self-destruct sequence activated. Ow.
Systems failing, Master.
Well, that was less than ideal. Let's have a quick save. I'd hoped we'd have been able to knock him out before the self-destruct, but clearly that didn't happen. HK Vocabulator. Droid self-sustaining unit advanced mining laser. What does that HK Vocabulator do? The device looks like an HK Vocabulator unit that allows the droid to speak and communicate with others. Ooh, I wonder if we could give that to T3 if we can rescue them. Just getting my orientation. Oh, so he made his way up then. I thought we'd already made our way down. Clearly not. Right, we do need to go back for T3 if we can help it though. Right, these are the doors I didn't go through before. Stay away from that, please. Less than ideal. Though even less of a threat now we have a party. Oh, and both doors went to the same place anyway. And there doesn't appear to be anything in here. Huh. Underwhelming. Very underwhelming. I'm not missing anything, am I? I don't think so. Okie dokie. Well, we still don't have a way to the Ebon Hawk. Yet. And we still don't have a way to T3. What does that journal say? You found the corpse of the administration officer. He had a hololog in his body which could contain the codes to open the hangar bay. If you can find a hololog reader, if the log doesn't contain the hangar codes, then you'll need to find another way past the fuel depot force fields to reach the Ebon Hawk. Rescue T3M4. You found T3M4 damaged in one of the fuel lines pipes in the Paragus fuel depot. It looks damaged, but you have no idea how to get there, or how he got there. Recent history. The HK unit you encountered in the Paragus fuel depot suggested you were incapacitated and taken off the Harbinger on a freighter called the Ebon Hawk. Apparently the Ebon Hawk had been picked up by the Harbinger not long before your kidnapping, and it looked like it had been in a battle. As the Ebon Hawk attempted to leave the Harbinger fired upon it, and the freighter barely managed to make its way to the Paragus. You have been out of touch with the galactic events since the Mandalorian Wars. You should try to discover what has happened in the galaxy since your exile. Perhaps Kreia will know more once you've escaped Paragus. I'm remarkably short on ideas as it happens. What was that? Strange. Going to the dormitories isn't likely to help. I could do this if I had the hololog reader. That's all I would need.
What is it? This is not the time.
Oh, so I can't even ask her for ideas. Very well, let's keep moving.
What is it? Why are we stopped?
I don't know what to suggest. We could go back round to the dormitories, but why? I could go back up to the mining tunnels, but I thought we fully explored that area. Oh, I'm not even allowed back out to the dormitories. I could probably go the wrong way, to be fair. The long way, to be fair. I'm not asking for help quite yet, but I may do so shortly. Thank you for asking. Let's have a slightly more thorough examination of this area. Since we haven't been back here since the start of the game. Okay, we've been through here, but we haven't had a thorough look around. I know the security desk can play holograms. Can I? No. I can't plug the holologs in. Emergency hatch, that goes to the tunnels. which I'm not against returning to. I'm just dubious of how useful it would be. Nothing in here I missed? Doesn't look like it. Can I fabricate a holo reader? No. No, I cannot. Alrighty. We'll try the dormitory level one last time, just do a quick sweep. Assuming we find nothing, I guess then we'll have to do a sweep of the tunnels. I feel like this level is the most, or this area is the most likely place to have the hololog reader, simply because this is where we found all the holologs. Oh, there's multiple pages. But still no sign of being able to fabricate a hololog reader. That's a shame. Yeah, you're not wrong, you could get lost here. I think I've got most of it in my head at this point, but I know what you mean. Let's go back to the... oh wait, if I want to go back into the dormitories, I'm gonna have to do it in solo mode, I think. Otherwise everyone else will suffocate. To create or break down items. Computer spike part, security tunnel repair kit, advanced repair kit, energy shield, Mandalorian melee shield, field survival pistol, blaster rifle, longsword, vibro sword. Oh, what a pity. I really rather hoped this was the way to do it. That's worth knowing though. I could make myself a bunch of computer spikes. In fact, I probably should make myself a few thinking about it. Your skill is too low. Alright, never mind. Right, solo mode. Put the gas mask back on. Sorry, the breath mask. Is it on? Yes. Log terminal. Oh, that's how I play them. Search for logged holo display entries. No logged holos on system. So I didn't have to destroy that console.
This may be the beginning of a long record. It's about an hour after the facility suffered the explosion that triggered the emergency lockdown. Just finished helping the dock officer set up the transmission relay. Not much signal strength, but it's better than nothing. The transmission gives the code to open the turbo lift when or if help arrives. Code is a simple group of 5 numbers. 3, 17, 13, then the next 2 numbers are...
Sir, couldn't we contact the medbay? Maybe the Jedi's awake. If so, she could help us.
No good. The link to the medical computer was severed from the hub, just like the administration console. Even if the Jedi wakes up, how would we get the dormitory turbo lift code to her? Without it, the turbo lift to the administration level is locked down. We just took an inventory of our supplies. We've got enough emergency rations in the dormitories to last almost a month. But with all the problems in the facility, I don't know how long we'll last. I wish we could contact the Jedi. Maybe she could... No. She's still floating in that damn tank. Someone's played us for fools. And since KOTOR and his crew aren't locked in here with us, it's pretty clear who it was. If I ever catch up with that Mandalorian-loving son of a... At least the air scrubbers are still working, even though they're tied into the... Hey, what's happening to the ventilation system? This...
Oh dear. Poor man. Poor everyone. They deserved better than that. Work report. It has been 2 days since the broken Jedi come to facility. Work efficiency is down and fuel is backing up in vents, waiting for processing. The fight frequency increases. KOTOR and his crew think we should take the Jedi, then split the many credits by selling Jedi to exchange. Try to convince me to join them. I want nothing to do with the exchange. They're like a big violent family that do terrible things to outsiders who deal with them. But KOTOR does not care. In my mind, it is better letting a Jedi go wherever a Jedi wants to. When Jedi get mad, they start big wars and set galaxy on fire. I had a careful, inoffensive talk with KOTOR and asked him to not make trouble with the Jedi. I remind him we were ordered to leave Jedi alone. We should follow orders, or facility fall apart. My words had much sense, but KOTOR got all angry and human face, and said the facility is going to fall apart anyway. After talk, I listened to him talking to the maintenance officer on comm. They going, missed that bit. Why do they do this? I'm thinking of repeating this to the administration officer, but all this causes more trouble, causes more inefficiency. What do I do? Let's see what that bit was that I missed. They going to smuggle the Jedi off Paragus. I heard last comm talk from KOTOR to maintenance officer. Maintenance officer said he had big plans for disabling station, leaving us all trapped here while he and KOTOR escape with the Jedi. I'm still afraid of KOTOR, who is big, loud and unreasonable, so I went to the maintenance officer, who is smaller, more sensible, more Soluston. I asked him why he made trouble with KOTOR. Then maintenance officer cracked eyebrow hair at me. Pretend to not know what talking about, saying he not speak to KOTOR at all. Why all human lie? Can't wait any longer. Must...
Your ears always were too big, CN. Come on, if the maintenance officer comes through on the explosions, these dorms are gonna be filling up soon. And shut that damn data pad off and throw it down the refresher. We managed to get to the dormitories. We should be safe here. We've been trying to use the holo-transmitter to beam a transmission to the administration level to end the lockdown. But the administration console's been severed from the main hub. Everyone thinks we should try to evacuate on our own as soon as possible. But There's no way to break the dormitory seals from the inside. I'm going to keep sending distress calls in the meantime. We've been trying to find a way to circumvent the lockdown and get to our hangar bay, but so far, no luck. The situation's worse than we thought. Even if we get out of here, we can't shut down the fuel depot force fields if a fuel leak was detected. If so, the only way off this asteroid is if a ship docks with us. But the only connection to the docking platform is on the administration level, and we can't get up to the docking bay while we're trapped here. I only hope someone survived the explosion in the mining tunnels. If not, then we're stranded here. Unless our transmission reaches a passing ship, or a Telos freighter.
This is a Telos freighter, not a passing ship.
Managed to use the holo transmitter here as a crude relay to beam short-burst transmissions outside the Paragas facility. With any luck, the transmission will carry beyond the asteroid field. We've set the emergency transmission on automatic playback. We're using a simple military flash code to transmit the code to the turbolifts, so maybe our rescuers can get down to the dormitory when they reach the station. Without those turbolift codes, our rescuers wouldn't be able to get here from the administration level. And without those codes, we wouldn't be able to get to the administration level if we found a way out on our own. The messages are short distress calls only, since we can't get much signal strength. It's pretty weak, so unless a ship is actively searching the area, it might be a long time before a ship picks up the message. After all, who would be scouring frequencies way out here looking for trouble?
Interesting. Decode encryption. Interesting. KOTOR log accessed.
What did you want to talk to me about? I have to suit up and drill the 3219K asteroid claim within the hour, so talk quick.
I heard you had plans for the Jedi, about selling her to the exchange.
Yeah, but security already set their piece on that, didn't they? Nobody's getting sold to anyone.
Are they? I've seen the logs you've been accessing. Maybe the two of us could work something out.
It doesn't matter what we work out. We wouldn't make one hyperspace jump before what's left of the Republic was on us.
If you have a way off this station, I can cover our tracks, and ensure the Republic is not alerted to our presence.
Well, I may know someone. Works the system on special jobs. He may want to know details, but I might be able to arrange transport.
I've seen the logs. I know you've already asked him and given the details. Once he agrees, I can handle the rest.
Handle the rest? Like how?
When the time comes, I'll contact you via comlink. Maintenance out.
Since when did the maintenance officer grow some horns?
We didn't get the codes to lower the fuel depot shields, though, did we?
The transmission gives the code to open the turbolift when or if help arrives. Code is a simple group of 5 numbers. 3, 17, 13, then the next 2 numbers are...
Intelligence. Looks like a military flash code. It looks like the dot equals 1, the dash equals 10, and the X is 5. So that's 5 and 7. I'm pretty sure that's for the turbo lift, though, not for the for lowering the shields in the fuel depot, but we can try it. Okay, I'm glad we found that. So we should go back. Let's take the breath mask off now. We shouldn't need it. Where is it? There it is. It's this way, isn't it, to get out? I think. No, wait. Yes. What is that? There's something built up over there. Look like ash or a lot of dust.
Emergency lockdown overridden.
Well, I pray that code also works for the fuel depot shields, otherwise we have a problem. Is this the way down? No, that takes us to the mining tunnels. There's a turbo lift over this way that will take us straight to the fuel depot. Where does that go? I don't think I've been this way. The droid still has power, but is no longer receiving a signal from the droid central controller. Oh. Alright. Well, no need to attack it then. Interesting. Is there nothing to do here? Doesn't look like it. I was wondering if this was providing me access to different tunnels or something, and if that could be a way to get to the Ebon Hawk without taking the shield down. But it doesn't look like it. Right. The system is registering a blast in one of the main fuel lines. The containment field has been activated to keep the explosion isolated within the hangar bay and fuel lines. That would imply that the fuel lines connect directly to the hangar bay. If you could get access to the fuel lines, you could bypass the containment field entirely. Check the fuel lines. Although the fuel lines are currently sealed because no ships are docked within the facility, they would open automatically if a ship did arrive. Well, a ship has arrived. And I wasn't given an option to bring those shields down. Maybe I do have to go via the mining tunnel. Mining tunnels, I should say. Maybe a route has opened up that way, which was closed before. That's the best theory I've got. Oh, I can't go that way. I could get into the tunnels from the other side, since I have access to the fuel depot, in theory. There's a danger I'll just be told that it's inaccessible again, though. Sealed off. Oh dear. can't tell if this is supposed to be... If this is how the game was intended to be played at this point. I can't tell if the struggle I'm having here, trying to puzzle my way through this, is actually the intended gameplay, or if I'm just playing the game really badly.
When the dock officer reported the droids repairing the Ebonhawk, I installed a voice print ID on the droid console system. Someone ordered them to repair that freighter, but I can't find a trace of the order anywhere. If anyone tries that again, they won't be able to do it from this terminal unless I let them. The voice print should cut any user off from the central functions unless I get the code.
This place is complicated. Okay. So this is the way it's supposed to be then. There's no way to shut down the field that you can see from this terminal. This means anyone inside the facility is effectively cut off from the hangar bay. I need to get there somehow. I could try the main console upstairs. It's possible that due to the various discoveries I've made, there are more options there now than there were originally. Had I listened to these? I think I had.
Tracked the freighter in. Was lucky it wasn't destroyed when it drifted into the asteroid field. Not much on board.
Yeah, we have heard that. There's no response from the comm. Presumably T3 is no longer near the hangar bay. Let's read that log again. That log, that quest. You've reached the dormitory area only to find the administration officer dead. You found a partial card to open the turbolift to the administration level, but no codes for the hangar. Without those codes, you need to find another way to bypass the force fields in the fuel depot. Maybe that docked Republic ship is the answer, if you can get to it. Oh, so there is actually heavily hinting that I should try to make it towards the ship. Oh, that's interesting. I can choose how to sort the quests. That's a nice quality of life feature. Don't know how much we'll use it, but... Well, the docking... I don't know what it would be called. The docking apparatus is roughly in this sort of direction.
Something is wrong. I sense no one on board.
Wonderful.
You sense no one on board? Sense any assassin droids creeping up behind us like last time?
Everyone here has been slain, yet there are few signs of battle. No carbon scoring, no blast of fire. This place has been hit by assassins of a different sort.
Then what are we doing on this ship? We were better off in the facility. You two are supposed to be Jedi? You two are the worst Jedi I've ever met.
Calm down, we need a plan, not accusations.
If the assassin machine was correct, then we cannot reach the hangar. Be silent. I need some time to think.
Thank you, Star Wars. So my choices are, I saw I saw this vessel dock. When it did, a fuel pipe entered the fuel depot behind the force field. Or, we can bypass the force field to the hangar by getting to the engine room of this ship, then exiting through the fuel pipe. Or, as long as the Harbinger is docked, we can use it to reach the hangar where the Ebonhawk is. I want to go via the fuel pipe to pick up T3.
Look, I don't mean to cast another shadow on this, but even if you could reach the ship you came in on, it wouldn't matter. You'll need the orbital drift charts to clear the Paragus asteroid field, unless you want to have the shortest flight out of Paragus ever recorded.
So my choice is then, how did this ship dock here? Or why don't we steal this ship? Or we survived Paragus, we can take control of this ship. Or well, if you've got an idea, instead of another complaint, let's hear it. Then how did this ship dock here?
Well, of course they have the asteroid drift charts in their Navicomputer. They'd have to.
So let's get their codes then. Then we can worry about reaching the Ebonhawk.
Well, we'd have to get to the bridge, I mean... Well, that's the biggest problem I can see.
That is a sound plan for the moment. Let us go.
Oh, sorry, I skipped a bit. The higher your influence of a companion, the more your alignment affects them. An extreme high and low influence of a companion can open up additional dialogue choices. There are benefits to both, so treat them as you will.
Our enemies gather while we wait here.
Atton's plan was a good one. Let's head to the bridge and get the drift charts.
Alright, but this won't end well. Trust me.
Did I go the wrong way? I went the wrong way. I didn't realise that was a loading zone. I mean, I assume we're not actually on a timer here, so we may as well take our time to loot everything. Okay, why can't I target them? This is a bit weird. I've lost my UI. I don't think this is supposed to be happening. There we go.
Everyone down!
So whatever stealth technology they're using, it'll even hide them from a force-sensitive user. A force-sensitive user? A force-sensitive individual. Maybe the game was sleeping. I have no idea what happened there. Briefing room console. Check briefing logs. Course change. Onderon.
We've been diverted from Onderon to the Outer Rim. There's not enough ships out there, and we're already hard-pressed to keep patrolling the regions under our jurisdiction. I'm afraid we're going to lose it all. There's just not enough ships and too much territory to cover. We're still rebuilding from the war with Malik, and sometimes I wonder if we'll ever recover. Still, we have our orders, and the Republic's put the highest priority on this mission. Looks like the trouble on Onderon will have to wait. As ordered, we've picked up the passengers from the Outer Rim and have made quarters for them. Once aboard, we've plotted a course for Telos. We expect to arrive within 10 standard days, provided there's no mishaps. I've been ordered to give the passenger no special treatment, nor make any indication of her identity.
I have some reservations about turning the Harbinger into a passenger liner, but the orders were clear. Whoever this passenger is, she's got diplomatic level priority, whether she knows it or not.
This is the Harbinger. That's what I suspected, although the lack of damage made me wonder.
We picked up a distress signal and are sending a message to the Republic for permission to investigate. We have also transmitted the damaged vessel's ID signature to the Republic. According to the message, it's being pursued by Sith forces. There's no match for the vessel in our databanks, but the profile of the distress signal suggests it's a stock freighter of some kind. We'll only know for sure when we arrive, and we'll find out if the signal's genuine or a trap. We wanted to check with you, sir, before diverting course from Telos. There appears to be some battle that has taken place in the sector, and we've received a distress signal.
You have permission to divert course, Captain. If there's a Sith presence in the region, I want you to investigate. The ID signature on the freighter, did you get confirmation on it?
Yes, sir. We did not have the vessel listed in our databanks, so we transmitted the code to you. Was there a match?
There was, Captain. If you find any trace of that vessel, even wreckage, I want it.
Yes, sir.
After you've investigated the sector, resume course to Telos with the passenger. It is of the highest importance that she reach Telos.
Yes, sir. I'll make sure she arrives intact.
Good hunting, Captain. Admiral Onasi out.
Sometimes I wonder if the right hand of the Republic knows what the left hand is doing. I am always being kept in the...
Query. You sent for me, Captain.
Yes, I need you to check on the passenger again, see if there's anything she needs. Try not to be too obvious about it. Her safety is our top concern.
Statement. I shall use the utmost discretion, Captain. As always, it is my pleasure to serve.
And that's presumably the order that started it all. Because the HK droid realised who we were. So Onasi made Admiral then? And he survived. He survived the events of the last game. Because it looks like the canon ending is the evil ending. So far as we could tell, anyway. There's a Navi computer. We'll do that last. Oh, we're under attack. And I've lost my controls again. Maybe that's how the game handles surprise rounds. Maybe it temporarily takes away your ability to have complete control of your characters in combat. I never actually... I only did the good ending, so I don't know what the evil ending was. It's just that at the beginning of the game they said that the Sith had won the Civil War, or were very close to winning it. So I assume that's consistent with Revan defeating Malak and leading the Sith again. Could be wrong. Yeah, this keeps happening. It must be something to do with their stealth. It's very annoying. There we go.
This shall not stop us for long.
Escape pod, eh? I don't think we'll be using that right now, but it's nice to know it's there. Right, I think we've searched almost everywhere here. It's worth going back to check the area that was labelled crew quarters. I take it that's not through here, is it? No. But there is a door, there is a room on the other side of this door. The door has been magnetically sealed. And it cannot be opened. Interesting. But the map suggests there really is a room on the other side there. Ah, okay, so it's round this way. This is the way we haven't been. I'll tell you what I haven't seen yet, and that's an engine room. It was an engine room we were looking for to be able to gain access to the fuel lines. Rescue T3 and get on the Ebon Hawk. You'll need the asteroid drift charts from the bridge if you hope to escape Paragus. Right. Oh, so there is more back there. But again, we don't have access to it. Interesting. Alright, to the front of the ship. Let's have a look at that Navi computer. Hold on, can I make my way through here? No, I can't. I have to go round each time. I have not looked at the computer at the front of the ship yet. Slice the Navi computer. You've sliced into the system and accessed what remains of the ship's astrogation capabilities. Good thing I had a spike. Download the orbital drift charts. Check the Harbinger logs.
Sir, we've just received an emergency broadcast. A freighter under attack by Sith forces.
Can you get an ID on the ship?
Yes, sir. We have its ID signature. It's not in our databanks, but its profile suggests some low-stock freighter. Says it's being hit hard by a Sith warship. Sir?
I'll need to confirm with command before we move to intercept. Report.
The Sith warship is empty, sir. We attached an umbilical and sent 3 strike teams through it, and there's no sign of a crew or its commander.
There's no one on board?
They're already on board the Harbinger.
They're still in their berths, sir. This place, it's empty. It's like a ghost ship.
Then who was firing at the freighter?
We don't know, sir. The freighter's empty, too. We did a clean sweep and nothing except a lone T3 unit, badly damaged. Did you still want it tractor beamed to the Harbinger?
Search the freighter and the warship one more time. If they're clean, then we'll tractor the freighter over.
Yes, sir.
No idea why the Admiral thought that freighter worth all the effort, but we'll find out.
Everyone on the Ebon Hawk was dead, sir. We're starting autopsies within the hour.
What about that Sith corpse we retrieved from the warship?
We haven't had a chance to fully examine it, sir. He looks human, but he's fractured in several places.
And keep me posted. Something's wrong here, and I want to know where all those Sith on the warship went.
Interesting. So where did Kreia come from?
We're still experiencing a problem with the communications array, and now maintenance is telling me there's a cascade failure in the weapons.
Sir, I just picked up an unusual sound from MedLab.
I have come for the Jedi.
What the hell was that?
Sir, I don't know. Communications just got cut.
Send a security team to MedLab, now!
Interesting. We might want to head there ourselves and see if we can... Oh, maybe it's not, is it not a location? I was just thinking we might want to check what the computer there... whether the computer in the med lab has any logs on. If it exists, so it's probably past the crew quarters. Apparently the Republic knew of your exiled status, and they had secretly been monitoring you. Let me try again. Apparently the Republic knew of your exiled status, and they had secretly been monitoring you on the vessel. They even assigned the HK protocol droid to watch you, which is probably how he discovered your presence in the first place. Right. Alright, can we go this way now? Yes. Okay, so the game was just putting an artificial barrier in our way. To prevent us from going to areas it didn't want us to go to yet, with no in-world explanation. Or at least we're making progress. That's the important thing. Right, let's keep going. These were my quarters. Oh. Yeah, let's go. Hold on, I want to search this room.
We do not have much time. Whatever you intend to do, do it quickly.
Hopefully there's a lightsaber in here. Heat shielding Mark 1. Lysa Thress's armband. Lysa Thress's datapad. Medpack. Lysa Thress. You're requested to report to the Harbinger Medical Bay for routine examination. The routine is automated. Simply insert this datapad into the medical computer to receive your injections. Okay. Let's see what that armband does. Constitution +1. This band belonged to the Jedi Lysa Thress. It was exiled from the Jedi Order following the Mandalorian Wars. Oh, I've just put it together. Why they kept saying I was exiled. It's because I was one of the Jedi that went with Revan. And most of the Jedi that went with Revan came back as Sith. It is slightly odd I was exiled, though. because the notionally Revan and Malak, who were at that point Jedi, went over to fight the Mandalorians in the Mandalorian Wars to support the Republic against the Jedi Council's wishes, but there was no suggestion in the first game that disobeying the Jedi Council's wishes had immediate consequences. It's not like there was no indication that they knew they were being exiled as soon as they went or anything like that. It was presented much more of, well, you're doing this against our best advice, but it's your life, do what you will. Now, I can understand why the Jedi Order would have exiled all the Sith that came back once they'd turned and started trying to take over the galaxy. That makes perfect sense. But if my character fought in the Mandalorian Wars under Revan, but came back still allied to the Jedi Order, not to the Sith, why would they have exiled her? At what point would she have crossed what line? Odd. Very odd. Don't mind me. There we go. That must have been a crit or something. Still no sign of an engine room or even a med lab. Oh, we have a level up. Let's level up first and save. Improved force jump, unarmed specialist. Wonderful. Alright, let's put 2 into... Oh, I'm only allowed to put 1 into persuade. Only 1 into treat injury. Okay. I think I should put them all into demolitions. I don't think so. I don't mind putting 1 into demolitions though, since I've apparently maxed out persuade and treat injury for this point. I don't know what actually determines the maximum level for skills. I assume it's linked to my player level, but there must be something else as well. Anywho, it has to be heal. Heal is just too good. And of course the various more powerful powers it leads to. More powerful abilities. Is this the med bay? The med lab? Sorry. Dunno. This part of the game is absolutely massive, isn't it? That seems wrong. Oh, is this a graphical glitch that's causing this? Causing me not to be able to access my combat abilities? Oh yes. I'll have to experiment and figure out what needs to be disabled. Let's try heal. How do I do that? I used to have... Oh, it must be over here. Yes. Notice that heal works on the entire party, not just one individual. For a start, let's try disabling soft shadows and see if that has any effect. And I did say we were going to save, didn't I? Ah, here's the medical bay. Broken KOTOR tank. That must be where the Sith came from, I would assume. Damaged medical droid. I could reactivate the droid, but why? This medical droid looks damaged. If it could be repaired, you might be able to activate its medical circuits and have it accompany you to treat your wounds. It depends what you mean by accompanying me. You mean for the rest of the game? Wow, this is quite a sizable area. Or you mean just while I'm on the ship? Wait, how many parts does it want? How many do I have? Okay, I can spare 3 parts. The medical droid is now active and its medical circuits have been engaged. It will follow you and attempt to heal you if you get injured. I'm not sure that was actually worth it, since it's clearly not a party member. But it was a worthwhile experiment. Check treatment request. Liza's threats. Sedative administered during routine examination 3.5 days ago. Emergency override enacted. Dosage exceeds safety protocols. During your last medical exam, you were administered a delayed sedative that would kill a normal human being. That must be what rendered you unconscious when the Harbinger was taken out. Identify KOTOR tank. The KOTOR tank appears to be behind you, to your left. That's really not what I thought that option was going to do. Check medical logs.
Something's wrong. Ever since we picked up that Sith firefight in the region, crewmen haven't been reporting for their shifts, and I can't reach people on the comm. The strange thing is, I keep feeling like someone's watching us here in the ship, but I can't see anyone. I don't like this. Checking the survivor from the Sith vessel. I'm not sure whether he's alive or dead, or what's even keeping him together. His flesh is cracked and scarred, and I'm registering several thousand fractures in his skeleton, as if each bone was splintered repeatedly over time, then put back together. Judging from the scar tissue, I believe these wounds took place before his death. If so, he must have been in constant pain. I have no idea what's been keeping him together. This is the medical officer. The soldiers sent to the medical bay have just died. I don't know where the subject went. I think he's gone to find more of the crew. With him are Sith. They just appeared right out of thin air, like they were wearing stealth generators, but I think they were always on board. When we stopped to pick up that freighter, they must have come on board the Harbinger. I have no idea how many are on the ship. There could be only a few, or as many as 100. And with communications cut off, we can't call for help. I think that thing in the tank was a Sith Lord, alive the whole time, waiting for something to wake him up.
A very reasonable theory. Interesting. Treat injury. Attempt to get chemicals from the medical computer dispenser. May as well. Chemicals dispensed. Well, that was reasonably productive. Let's keep going. Okay, so we do have to go round the long way. So be it. Oh, look at that medical droid go. Isn't he a good boy? Okay, so turning off soft shadows appears to have fixed the bug we were having. That's probably why soft shadows were turned off by default, even though otherwise the game settings were set to maximum. So that's a good one to know. Even though I thought it was silly when the game seemed to be preventing me from using all my combat options when we were stealth attacked, I think the way it works right now is too far the other way. If I can just see wobbly air and then I can click on them and attack as normal, that just removes most of the benefits of them having stealth whatsoever. Wait, what am I selecting? I'm selecting a feature. What would the game recommend? Toughness. That's a good choice. I approve. And now this has got to be heal. Assuming this is level 6. There it is. Heal is just too good. Oh, I get 2 new powers, do I? Force Scream, heal. Again, Force Scream is a dark side power, which is why I'm not particularly tempted by it right now. We'll get Force Shield, I think, the upgraded form of Force Aura. And Atten has leveled. Fair enough. Quick save and we'll keep going. So we can actually go that way if we wanted. Can we go this way? Turbo lift? Turbo lift to where? Well, I actually hadn't finished searching the ship.
I have a bad feeling about this.
What's wrong?
Don't you feel it? Something's gonna get real wrong real quick.
How do you know that?
You don't survive on the Rim as long as I have without knowing when trouble's coming.
We'll have to be careful then, but we have to keep moving.
Alright, but don't say I didn't warn you. Trust me, when it comes to staying alive, I'm rarely wrong about these things.
Atten has the special ability to sense anything that places him at risk. When he gets a bad feeling, it's recommended you save your game. Okay, it was funny the first time with the premonition ability, but it is getting a bit silly now. That was some strange noises. Ooh. The repair droid. Not repair droid, medical droid. Interesting that it doesn't even follow us between levels on the ship. So having repaired the medical droid, it means that we get free heals specifically in this load zone of this ship. Oh wait. I wondered why Atom was getting so injured. There are actually two of those Sith assassins there. I noticed the medical droid isn't healing anyone. It may be that it won't heal the main character while they're engaged in an activity, but surely it should be healing Atten if that's the case. Huh. Droid maintenance log. I don't know whether this new HK-50 droid is a gift or a curse. After the destruction of the previous protocol droid when it accidentally activated that frag mine, the HK has stepped into its place without a hitch. The problem is, it doesn't take commands very well, and most of the time I have no idea where it's been. There have been reports it's been sighted in the crew quarters with the Admiral in maintenance and even in the med lab of all places. When I ask the droid about it, it gives me a smart mouth response about facilitating communication. I don't know who commissioned these HK models, but I don't like them. Right, I'm writing that down. I know that the droid's probably not relevant anymore. But we do actually have a name for it. HK-50. Protocol droid. Unlike the others, this protocol droid appears to have been purposely sabotaged. Oh, I just got experience for looking at it. I was wondering if I could restore the protocol droid and either it would join my party, or perhaps I would just get some extra story, but apparently not. Right, I think that's all there is to this area. Yep, looks like it. Fully explored. So, let's head down the turbo lift, which presumably will take us towards the engine area, which then will presumably allow us to get into the fuel lines of the station. Oh, I see. The game's quite strongly herding us in a particular direction this time. Who would do that? Like, what possible in-world explanation could there be for this? It makes no sense. Right, is this going to be a boss fight or mini boss fight? Looks like it. Are they going to close the distance unnaturally quickly?
I came to warn you, Jedi. You know not what path you walk.
You came here to warn me. That's what this is all about.
This battle is mine alone. I am not defenseless.
He cannot kill what he cannot see, and power has blinded him long ago. Run! I shall be along shortly.
He didn't actually say or do anything to suggest he was going to threaten my life, though. Am I just rolling terribly, or am I going to need to use the mines to get through here? I'm just rolling terribly. I can't get over how big the starting section of the game is. I mean, I had to restart the game at the beginning of this stream, so we are quite literally over 4 hours in now, and we still seem to be in the it would be unfair to call it an extended tutorial, but we don't even have free reign of the galaxy yet. Or even free reign of a city. I mean, the way the first game did it was that they first gave you free reign to a planet, Taris, and then once you had done everything there, then you gained access to the whole galaxy. But right now, it's just like one extended dungeon. I suppose that really is what makes this whole section seem so constraining. It's been almost entirely linear. There have been a few choices we've made that may make a bit of difference, but broadly speaking, we haven't had a lot of choice about where we go or how we solve we haven't been able to choose our own destiny. Engine maintenance console. Slice the maintenance control system. You have sliced into what remains of the ship's maintenance routine capabilities. Open maintenance doors to the ion engines. Wonderful. So with any luck, we can make our way into the fuel lines on the Perigus station. Then we can pick up T3, make it to the hangar bay where the... I hope this is all pressurized. Seems to be. Interesting. Make it to the hangar bay where the Ebonhawk is, and then make it off. Make it off the station. Main ion engine control. Activate the engine maintenance procedure. Wonderful. I hope the inside of the engine's completely pressurized as well. Interesting that I didn't get any dialogue there, but I'm suddenly being given the options. It's the only way to get around the sealed door and into the hangar bay where the Ebonhawk is. Or, Atom, you need to trust me, come on. Or, the past few hours have been crazy. In case you were sleeping, now keep moving. Or, then stay here and die. So I think he just objected to what we're supposed to be doing, but for some reason the game didn't present it. It's the only way to get around the sealed door and into the hangar bay where the Ebonhawk is. Alright, but I know I'm going to regret this. He was completely silent.
I sense you, my master. Faint. Weak.
Your senses betray you, as you betrayed me.
After all that's happened, still you live. You are difficult to kill.
For one as limited as you, perhaps. To have fallen so far and learned nothing, that is your failing.
The failure is yours. No longer do your whispers crawl within my skull. No longer do I suffer beneath teachings that weaken us. And now you run in search of the Jedi. They are all dead, save one. And one broken Jedi cannot stop the darkness that is to come.
Perhaps. We shall see.
I like the fact that it has rendered her with the weapon I gave her. Well, that's not ideal.
What's wrong? Are you alright? Damn it, hold on! It's only a little farther! Don't give up on me now! What happened to you?
Kreia, I think she was wounded badly.
Huh? How do you know that?
I think it was through the Force.
Look, if she's in pain, then that pain's buying us time we can't afford to waste. Especially if Sleeps with Vibroblades gets tired of playing with her and decides to use us for practice next.
So I don't even get a choice to go back for her. Oh no, I do. I'm fine, keep going. No, I don't. The game's intention is that I just keep going. Alright? Oh, we can rescue T3.
It's a utility droid. Looks like it's been hit with an ion charge and dumped here.
Do you read? Do you read? I know, we ran into the protocol droid earlier. He attacked us too. Deed. How did you survive? Deed. He just dumped you into this fuel pipe? Deed. Sounds like he's just wanted to keep you out of the way until we could find a way off the station with us. No, let's go with this option. Don't blame yourself. If you hadn't gotten us out of the administration level, we'd never have made it this far. Deed. Come on then, we have to hurry. T3 has joined your party. He has the ability to make programming spikes on demand and can also upgrade items if asked. Looks like you've suffered a lot of damage over the years. I need a programming spike. Deed. Can you make any more? Deed. Never mind, I'll be going now. Oh, he can. He can just manufacture as much as you need, presumably. That defeats the whole point of the crafting system, doesn't it? Hangar 25 control conduit. Interesting. It looks like the container was deliberately tossed here. The control circuit looks important. Skill too low. Okay, can I disable it? Yes. Good, let's keep going. And we're back here again. I think this is where T3 was towards the beginning of the stream. I'll check more thoroughly in a second. Once we've dealt with our assailants. Oh my goodness, they can open doors. Wow, look how much... Look at how much T3 is leveled. Do not run into that mine. Failure. Not ideal. Failure. Never mind. Probably about time I use heal. Which doesn't help droids, unfortunately. Although he should regen. What would make him better at computers? Nothing. Okay. Alright, I'll improve dexterity because we do get an extra bonus this level for doing so. We're at that threshold. Oh, is he only level 5? Or is everyone else's level 6? Oh, so they've changed that algorithm a bit. Previously, characters would end up... That's in the last game. Characters would end up... That is, under-level characters would end up with as much experience as the least experienced other member of the party. So if you suddenly brought a character along who you hadn't brought with you for a long time, then the game would look at who is the least experienced of the other characters, bearing in mind that you can never not take the main character with you. So the main character is always going to be... the main character can never fall behind, so they are always going to be a suitable reference from which to level other characters. I don't know why they changed that. I didn't think that was a system that had any problems. I can see that a power gamer could game the system a bit if they wanted. Making sure that when characters rejoin the party, say the only other party member is the most well-leveled character, but I didn't see that as a problem. I didn't think it made that much difference to the game overall. That is to say, the amount of advantage it would give a player would be negligible, and they would be paying for it with the extra mental load, making sure that when they remember which characters are underleveled and which aren't, and that they actually bother to create when they create the party that it's optimal and all that. So I don't know why they changed it. Shut down the emergency field to exit ramp. No custom charges detected. Oh, so it just works now, mysteriously, with no explanation. I hate to say it, but so far I've not been anywhere near as impressed by this game as I was by its predecessor. Oh goodness, we've gained another level. It doesn't seem that long ago we were leveling. Lysa. I'll tell you something else actually, now I think about it. That's that Lysa is now actually really quite high level. She's what, level 7? You know, when you think that in the previous game, level 20 was the highest level, and I have no reason to believe that's changed, that would suggest we're a third of the way through the game already. Which is surprising if true. What was I going to take? I could take improved empathy. That's tempting. I don't think I can take the next level of toughness, can I? Where is toughness? Here. No, not till level 8. Let's go with improved empathy then. Oh, goodness me, what should we go with now? What would the game recommend? Burst of speed. That's a terrible choice for a character I intend to wear armor for most of the game. I'm just really hoping that this is a very poorly paced introductory section to the game, and that once we get past here, it actually improves significantly. I just don't know what to get. I'm being given more force points than I know what to do with. I know I'll want Force Whirlwind once the option's available, but I don't have that choice yet. I could take Stun. Or Disabled Droid. Let's take Disabled Droid. Within the past day, a series of explosions within the Paragus mining facility have enacted an emergency lockdown. Someone has sliced into the fuel depot computers and created a phantom fuel leak sealing of the area with force fields to contain the blast. Yeah, we already knew that. So we had been on the other side here, but we still can't go back that way. How would these force fields contain a blast, incidentally? Because you could see that the actual area they seal off is tiny. The game just seems to lack a lot of the attention to detail that you'd expect. I understand the game was rush released though, so it's possible that it's just the starting area that's poorly paced, too long, and without an attention to detail if they had to rush to finish it right towards the end. The end of development, I mean. Caution, Gearhead. That would be a very good choice for him. What would the game recommend? Improved Gearhead. Oh, sorry, he already had Gearhead. I think I'd agree. You don't get a lot of feature options for droids, do you? Let's keep going.
More where that came from. Time to even the odds.
Trying to think which way we're going from here. I think we carry on this way and then we end up at yes, we end up at the hangar bay console just around here. So that door's still shut. Presumably we're able to open it now. Beat, read, deed. Again, that just inexplicably no audio for that dialogue. Whoa, slow down and repeat that. Huh? What is that piece of junk saying? That's not very nice. The droid says he can open the hangar door by slicing the computer on the ramp above us, or he said he can open the door to the hangar. He just needs to access the hangar terminal up on the platform. There doesn't seem like there's much difference between these two dialogue options. I'm not quite sure why I have these two choices. I suppose the droid could be seen as slightly derogatory. That seems to be the only difference. How can you even understand that noise? Maybe this is what the restoration project did. Maybe it added in a bunch of unvoiced dialogue. But why? I served with a lot of utility droids in the... wow, many years ago. Replace hangar control power conduit to open door. Wonderful. Anything else worth doing here? Probably not. Right, I think we're good. Let's keep going. Oh, droids even through here. Ow! Oh my goodness. This actually, if these droids were more damaging, this would actually be a problem. That could have been a very effective flank.
Where that came from?
What's that noise? Let's heal. Keep the party healthy. Good. Let's keep going. Is there anything else over here? Some remains to loot?
Time to even the odds.
I should actually check out whether
Where that came from?
whether we should be changing what T3 is equipped with. I see no reason not to give him impact armor. Doesn't need any of those right now. You cannot equip this item, you don't have the prerequisite. Droid upgrade class 2, okay, so we'd have had to have taken that as a feature. What does the self-sustaining unit do actually? Regeneration 3. That's pretty good. Usable by T3M4. Ah, he can have both. That's nice. Maybe I will equip him with a flamethrower actually. Droid defense barrier, droid deflector. Let's go with the defense barrier. Right. We could really do with regenerating a bit of health, to be honest. No, do not run into the mines. Why would you do that? What are my choices here? Jedi support, stationary, ranged, aggressive. Do I set that on a per person basis? You should be ranged.
I hear you.
Characters using the ranged behavior will attack any enemies they see, but will stay within 10 meters of the character you are controlling. They will use ranged weapons, but if attacked in melee, will switch to melee weapons until they are no longer threatened.
I hear you.
Okay, that does actually seem to be working. Skill too low. Okay. Wait, can I disable droid on mine? Huh. I don't remember being able to do that in the previous game. No!
Time to take you down.
Well, that's annoying. Right, stop that. Stop that.
Time to even the odds. Time to take you down the side.
I may have made a critical error here. No, I think we're good due to the computer's poor choice of who to target. To be fair, with both... What was his name?
I hear you.
Atom. With both Atom and T3 still up, they probably wouldn't have won that even if they'd taken Lysa down. But yeah, that could have been a lot closer than that could have been much too close for comfort. Maybe I should just use a med pack to get through here a bit more quickly. I don't like doing that, but... Look on a party member's portrait to use this item. Wait, I can use med packs on other people now. That's amazing. Maybe not in combat though. Maybe that's the catch. We can afford a ranged combat here. Ah, that's not ideal. I have a gas mask T4's probably fine, but Aton may have a problem. How did we end up here, actually? I thought we were going to the ship. Hold on. This is a job for T3, isn't it? Reboot the main console system, slice the computer. I haven't figured out, do those do the same thing, but they just let you select which skill you want to use? Yes, that's a bit rubbish. Why then have both skills? Because originally they did very different things in the first game. Attempt to shut down the decontamination system. Okay, some of the things they will only let you do with computers. So it's not completely redundant. But it is a bit silly. Yep, I can just gain a absolutely obnoxious number of computer spikes. Can I do it again? No. So the question is, when will I be given the opportunity to do that again? Is that all the computer spikes I'm allowed to take for the entirety of the rest of the game? Or will it be the next load zone we enter? Or the next time the story significantly progresses? I don't know. The question here is, am I just failing my rolls badly, or is this door actually difficult to get through? Hold on, what am I doing? We have T3 with us now. I don't need to do that anymore. What is other options? Oh, the tunneler. I forgot about them. Well, that's progress. Let's check. Let's do a quick perimeter check. And assuming that turns up nothing, we'll board the ship. That's interesting. One of these droids is already down. Droid motion tracker. Interesting. Looks like we're good. Are there things to be looted over here? Hold on, I'm doing it again. Broken item, sound dampening overlay mark, ammo ply plating mark 1, okay. Okie dokie. Let's keep going. This is the loading ramp to the Ebon Hawk. Once aboard, you'll be leaving the mining facility for good. Enter the Ebon Hawk. I assume I couldn't have gone back. Oh, a minigame. Okie dokie. But why though? This isn't particularly entertaining. It's even less entertaining than the space battles they had in the previous game, and those weren't particularly interesting, I don't think. Also, who are these individuals? They don't appear to be the mining droids, and they're not the Sith assassins that we were facing before. The Sith have boarded the ship. Prepare to repel the boarders. 4 Sith assault troops remain. Oh, okay. So the number of troops that they are the Sith, and the number that I left. Hold on. That'll have softened them up a bit. And the number I let slip through is exactly the number that boarded the ship. I wonder then if you want to gain levels, if you're better off leaving as many alive as possible. Well, there we go. Cray, your hand, what happened? How did you survive? Or good thing you arrived now, or we would have left you. Let's go. How did you survive? And no dialogue. I have no idea what's going on here. Look, can you fly this thing or not? Isn't there anything you can do? Keep as much distance between them and us as you can. Can we jump to hyperspace? Fire on the asteroids. Maybe the explosions will destroy them. Just do your best to keep your distance. We'll get out of this yet. Isn't there anything you can do? Now, either they hit us and destroy us, or they hit an asteroid and make the whole field go nova. Can we jump to hyperspace? Thing is, we clear the field, and they're going to have a clear shot at us. See, this isn't answering the questions. Just do your best to keep your distance. We'll get out of this yet. Dwoo. I have no idea what's being asked here. We don't have any choice, do it? Oh, it was like that when I got here. Destroy Perigus asteroids. Apparently that's what we chose to do. Again, no context for this. And that doesn't look right. The Harbinger was on its way to Telos.
Yes, to aid in the recovery effort there. Many roads lead to Telos, including ours.
Not like we have much of a choice, the Paragus astrogation charts being what they are.
It is where we must go, and where the Harbinger was bound before our unfortunate encounter on Paragus.
How did you know I was on board the Harbinger?
You were difficult to find, but coincidence was on our side. When I learned that you were on the vessel, I knew the Sith would not be far behind. When we intercepted the Harbinger, it was crippled, drifting in space. It was a simple matter to board the vessel and rescue you. Unknown to me, however, the Sith were already on board. Just as we made the jump to hyperspace, they fired upon us, nearly destroying the Ebon Hawk.
That's an unusual set of coincidences.
True. But as one trained in the Force, you know that true coincidences are rare.
How did we get to Paragus?
I do not know how the Ebon Hawk was able to make it to Be silent. We're having a conversation here.
He says he repaired the ship and got us to Paragus.
Repaired this ship, my eye. Next thing you know, it's gonna claim credit for saving our skins. If that little noisemaker says it repaired the ship once, then it can prove it by doing it again. Go on, get!
Oh, so I don't get to say anything in the in T3's defense. So why are these Sith looking for me?
Because you are the last of the Jedi. Once you are dead, then they have won.
But I was exiled from the Jedi Order.
Exile or not, the Sith believe you to be a Jedi Knight, and that is all that matters.
What happened to the Jedi?
The Jedi Civil War destroyed the Jedi. By the war's end, barely 100 Jedi remained. Many fell in battle, and many more were seduced by Revan's teachings.
What about the Jedi on Dantooine and on Coruscant?
The Jedi Academy on Dantooine is nothing more than a crater that echoes with the ghosts of dead Jedi. And the Jedi Temple on Coruscant lies empty. The waters in the Room of 1,000 Fountains have fallen still, in reverence to the fallen Jedi, and those now lost. Many Jedi blamed the teachings of the Jedi Masters for Revan's fall, and the civil war that followed.
If any survivors still live, we need to warn them.
Perhaps, but they are Jedi no longer. If the Sith have not already slain them, then they will not help you, nor can you help them.
Then how do we stop the Sith?
That is not an easy question to answer. This threat is greater than you know, and I do not believe it is a battle that can be fought.
So what do you think we should do?
Look, enough with the we already.
We cannot hope to triumph against them alone. To stop them, you will need weapons, allies, and a teacher. In the end, I fear it may not be enough.
What do you mean?
You fought in the Mandalorian Wars, and it cost you everything. Are you willing to sacrifice as much again?
This is self-defense, not war.
You are not listening to me. This is not like any field of battle you have ever fought in. Think carefully on your choice. If you choose to fight, if you choose war, it is a path few turn from once the first steps are taken. It carries with it a terrible price, and in the end you may find you have nothing left to sacrifice.
A Jedi's life is sacrifice is a small price to pay. No. If I do not try, then we have lost anyway.
Like so many Jedi, you hear, but you do not listen. You have much to learn, but we have spoken long enough, and my wound pains me. If you have other questions, find me in the crew quarters. There we will speak more.
Hey, don't stop your long, boring rants on my account. I was just getting sleepy-eyed.
Also in private, we will be mercifully free from the opinions of imbeciles and fools.
Look, not like I care or anything, but you might want to go check on our passenger, especially with that hand of hers.
You're right, she may need help. Can you handle things up here?
We're on autopilot until we hit Telos. Until then, a droid could fly this thing. Besides, I think our passenger could use your help.
I'll go check on her then. Right, we'll save there. Maybe a new slot. Right, and I'll probably stop there for tonight. I haven't decided whether I'm going to continue this game or not. The truth is, I am getting a bit... I'm finding the game itself a bit underwhelming, especially having played the previous game. And I'm also getting a bit tired of the buggy behaviour, like dialogue just not playing, meaning that we're missing important context, that sort of thing. Anyway, if I do continue it, it will be on Monday from 4 o'clock British Summer Time. If I choose to do something else, then that will be at the same time. Other streams that are coming up are next Friday and next Saturday. So thank you for coming, everyone. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. Good night.